please.
Where's Alex?
Oh, it's live now.
He's the only person.
It's live! So, yeah.
I thought we were starting at 9:30.
No, no.
Go for it.
KBCC started at 9:30.
Okay, are you going to call the meeting to order?
Yeah.
It's like a white flag.
Guys, I'm calling the meeting to order now. Yeah, I just haven't used my gavel.
When do you got from the office?
Right now?
Mike did it. Read it, please.
Next time. Wait, hold on. Okay, so I'm calling the meeting to order at 9:15. Just check for attendance. Everyone's here except Alex. Adrian's proxying for Alex today. And I invited all the AVPs, and so far only Grace came. Also, Jen is going to be late. Well, yeah. Oh, Jen and Ben, yeah. Jen and Ben are both late.
None of the AVPs are here except Grace.
No, and Adrian, but Adrian was proxying for Alex. Any amendments and approvals to the agenda? Yes.
I need to make an amendment to strike executive updates and replace it with, like the time where we're supposed to do executive updates, replace that with, term one month.
Okay, so I'm gonna take out item H. I'm gonna move to.
Move and second and vote on.
Oh yeah. Okay, so I need a mover and moved by Vanessa, seconded by Fred. Okay, moved by Michael, seconded by Fred.
No, I not Fred.
Oh,
Moved by Vanessa, seconded by Michael.
seconded by Michael.
Just to the right.
No, Michael was next to the Michael. All those who vote in favor of amending the agenda, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those who don't approve, raise your hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, be it resolved that the agenda be adopted as presented.
Wait.
Yeah.
Can we, is there a policy committee thing in there?
No.
I can't put policy committee.
Okay, motion to move policy committee meeting discussion into the agenda. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Michael, seconded by Vanessa. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay.
Aye, Captain.
Okay, Ruth.
I can hear you.
Any abstentions? Raise your hand. Okay, seeing as there are none, the motion to add policy committee meeting, and then
Commerce Week budget, please.
you want to add that in? Okay. I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Ryan, seconded by Michael. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. All those in favor, raise your hand and say aye. All those opposed, raise your hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion to add Commerce Week into the agenda.
Commerce Week budget.
Commerce Week budget. Thanks. Any other amendments? Any other amendments?
Discuss all the people show up a little late, particularly Not to single anyone out, but 15 minutes late is a little much for me. I was pretty sad.
Okay, anyways.
It's okay, Rita just walking late with your laptop blaring.
So
I was bad.
shady. Anyway, moving on to
like she doesn't give a fuck.
moving on to the
On
next.
the live stream?
Yeah, we're on the live stream, by the way. By the way, Vanessa. Anyway, membership
Hey,
introductions.
you all.
No new members. Just Grace again. Grace came to the last meeting, so you guys should all know her. I don't have any remarks, so we're gonna move straight towards Justin's passion project.
Awesome. So, morning. So I'm going to present about my passion project, which is the Commerce Undergraduate Society case competition. I've been talking about it since April. So it's happening in January. And what makes this case comp different is that there are 2 points first, it's based on CUS as an actual organization, and second, the winner can take their ideas forward and actually act on it. So benefits to students to provide a unique opportunity for students to make use their knowledge and their daily observation made throughout their time in CUS and actually make an impact. And benefits to CUS, why we're doing it, because it helps students to understand CUS. That's one of our main goal for the year, and also prepare potential VOD election candidate to really understand the CUS. Also, it is a good opportunity for CUS to improve ourselves without using our own effort. So it's really good. So just a brief update on I'm at right now, my progress. So I've been talking to, I've been interviewing and writing the case. I'm done writing this case actually. Thanks for those who have reached out and talked to. And I'm getting Case Competition Club to review the case, and they're actually helping out to run the event as well, so that's really good. And in January, I'll need Jen to help marketing. Help on marketing. I'll also get Case Competition Club to market it heavily during Commerce Week, because the registration deadline will be on 16th. I think that's a Tuesday, right after Commerce Week, I think. So, and then Case Comp will be a week after that. So the teams will get a week to prepare for their case, and like in that week they can reach out to us and ask research and ask us more information about the case. And then after the case, it would be implementation. So the case itself is aligns with the 3 pillars that Vanessa talked about throughout her platform. I'm gonna show you the case briefly. I'll send this to you after, and you guys can help edit it as well. So there are basically 3 areas. So awareness and transparency. So it briefly just talks about what our current situation is, that most students don't know what the CUS does and what they should know about. And the main idea of writing these areas is to really limit students to think of ideas that are targeting our goals. Second idea, unity, especially focusing on inter-faculty relationship. I talked with Tyler about this, so thank you very much. Yeah. And third area would be relevant. I talked with Alex on this, and the most important thing that is, I guess, kind of different from what Vanessa's original point is, that like we have all the information available. I think now it's more about making it more relevant to students, to make it more appealing, so students are interested to know about, for example, our hiring opportunities, financials, yeah. So next, the case will be brand focused. So I'm thinking of getting faculty support with professors in brand specifically, and entrepreneurship, so like entrepreneurship, but inside the company. So I've been contacting Elizabeth, Tim Silk, Jeff Croker, but it has not been so successful. So I'm hoping that you guys can help out as well. It's probably because it's exam season, and Tim Silk himself is really busy, and Elizabeth is not free on the day, and Jeff Croker, he bailed on our meeting. So, but I'm gonna find him after Christmas. So, well, no, but worst case scenario, BOD and execs can be judges. So,
Have you considered maybe getting alumni? Or like past CUS presidents who like are kind of successful now to kind of add some relevancy?
I have no connections with them. So, would you
Oh, but I
be?
can pass you some information.
That's great. So on the day, case competition club will run the case. So I hope that all of us can participate, and like probably there will be a long Q&A session, so we can ask questions just like what we do in board meetings to get funding. And it's on a Tuesday night, afternoon to night, so like 4 p.m. to like 7 p.m. or something. So it might would the exact meeting be on that time, perhaps?
We don't know exact meeting times yet because we haven't done term two scheduling.
Because the format of the presentation would be pretty similar to like getting funding in like a formal presentation like this, like PVCC later. So perhaps if you guys can do it, you can just approve SPF funding like on the spot, or like you guys can also do it next week where they can give a more formal presentation.
Probably the latter,
Okay.
just because I don't know how comfortable we'd be just to be put on the spot to give funding because we have to give funding.
Okay.
It'd probably be like, oh, ask some questions, and then like the winning team would have to like refine their final proposal and then present like officially to the execs to get full funding.
Yeah, and the funding, like I'm estimating that it will be 2,000-3,000, so it wouldn't be too much or less. And finally, I talked about this. So if you can find any judges, use your connection for me, because I don't have much. I've basically used up all my connection. I don't know a lot of props, but yeah, we'll see how it goes. That's pretty sad because they're so busy at this time. And second, I haven't really thought of any what kind of price that we should use, and I don't think Case Competition Club budgeted for the price because I told them not to. But a trophy might be good, or if we can get profs, then any recognition or a lunch or a dinner with a professor would be good, or like just general recognition from the CUS. So like if we can put them on the CUS website, that would be good. And so thirdly, can you guys please help me edit the case, because I think my grammar sucks so bad. But yeah.
So is CCC already reviewing it?
Yeah,
or do you guys-
they just told me yesterday that they're gonna finish editing it by tomorrow.
And then we're gonna make edits on top of CCC?
Yeah, it'll just be on the Google Doc. So
Okay.
and it's really short. It's just a page and a half. So
Okay.
and then the final point, promote our case competition during Commerce Week. So I'll need your help, Jen, on Commerce Week. So yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, I'll take Q&A now.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So did you, first two questions for the case comp, for the case, are you giving students the case beforehand so that they can do their research first, or are you giving them the case the day of?
I'm giving them a week beforehand so they can do their research. They can also go on CUS website to look for information, but I'm not sure if that website will be ready at that time.
I hope it's ready. It should be
Yeah, if
ready,
it's
right?
down, then it will be. Okay.
Okay, so then basically how the event would look like is the moment they get there, they would just present it, since they've already had the case?
Yeah.
Okay,
So that would save a lot of time.
Okay, and then does elections know about this case? 'Cause
Yeah,
that would
I
make sure
talked to
that-
James about this, so I told him to schedule the elections after January 26th. So
You mean like the election itself, or you mean the voting?
is it the same?
No,
mean the
because
forum?
voting is like, you have to,
After the forum. After the forum will be after the case comp.
okay, like a day after, a couple days after, or?
I don't know because the date hasn't been set yet.
Yeah, so that's why like you should probably talk to.
I talked to him.
Just like think of a date that works of when they, because elections is a week, right?
1:30.
Are they there? Okay. Because elections is a week, right? So then you have to time it properly.
Yeah.
So that
I
it
told
doesn't-
him. I asked him, and he said it's gonna be latest. It can be mid-February, so like before reading.
Late election.
Wait, what?
That's a very late election.
The only like stipulation in the code of procedures is that it has to take place before we.
So late.
I think that this should be during elections, like during the week of campaigning. This, so that you could also, or Commerce Week or whatever, that's also why you talk to elections, is like to get elections to kind of hype up the case comp too. So that people who are interested in running for elections are also the ones that are participating, so that they can just like show that they want to be a part of the CUS, so that they have great ideas to bring forward.
Okay.
But we can talk about that like after.
Yeah.
I think that we just need to time it really well
Okay.
in order for it to have a lot of participants and for elections to not be like I wouldn't want November election.
Yeah. Also, it will be held in CPA Hall, preferably, if it's okay.
Okay.
Then so more people can.
Yeah, you just
listen.
have to let like the relevant people know.
You just need to actually book it,
How early should I? book it?
like now.
Okay. I'll get case competition club to. Because I personally can.
You can.
I can.
Internal.cus.ca. We just need someone to like submit a booking with all the details so
I'll
we
do
can
it, I'll
send
do
it
it.
off.
But we can talk about timing later. We just need to make sure that elections is on board and that it doesn't mess up
Yeah.
elections timing and stuff.
Do you guys want to move like any other questions you have after? Because PGC is going to be coming, so we'll do that first. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, thank you,
Yeah.
Justin.
Thanks, Justin. Humanities grabbing these.
Does anyone have a charger for Mac I can use?
Are you running out?
Yeah, 5%. Thanks. Because this one, as soon as I unplug it, it dies. Yeah, because I can work on some stuff. Thank you, Daphne. No worries. He's so lazy.
Oh my god, you have so many. Look at. Hi, Wayne.
Excuse me. Sorry. That's okay.
Thanks for coming. Sorry about the confusion
Yeah,
of
no
when you
worries.
get to presenting. Thanks for being flexible. And Board of Exec, their presentation was sent to you guys via email. I sent it this morning.
And again, if you guys are on Slack, please have it open during the presentation.
Thank you, CUS Board and exec members for coming out on this early Sunday morning to hear our funding request for this year's PBCC. My name is Akash. I'm the competition director for this year's competition. This is Ryan, conference director, Shiv, corporate relations director, and conference director James as well. So we're going to be asking for $32,000 today, and that equates to roughly 40% of the entire PBCC budget for this year. And so let's give you an overview of what PBCC is for those of you who don't know, as well as the rationale behind this request. And so from last year's competition, we had a very successful competition where there was 175 students, 60 professionals, as well as 4 keynote speakers. That's a record for PBCC as of last year. Keynote speakers were Vikram Vij from Dragon's Den, as well as Omed from Google. We had a record of 32 universities participating, both Canadian, American, and international. Just to give you guys a quick overview of PBCC, for those of you who don't know, the conference was started several years ago here at UBC. It was just UBC and SFU. And it's grown tremendously over the last several years, as you can see, roughly doubling in growth in the last couple of years in terms of both conference delegates and competitors. And in terms of participating schools, what started out with just Sauder and UVic, I believe it was, has grown to an international competition with teams from Berkeley, NYU Stern, University of Melbourne, University of Hong Kong. So it's very much an international competition. This is just an overview of our current organizing team, as well as our board members. Andrew Grieve, he's our key member of the board. He's our case development head, as well as Praveen Varsky, who's always heavily involved. In terms of our target market, so for the conference, and this conference and the competition, for the conference, while it's open to students of all years, we are gearing it more towards first and second year students, just to give them an introduction to the world of venture capital and entrepreneurship, and give them an opportunity to network with like-minded peers and experienced colleagues, just to those two fields. The competition, however, is geared more towards upper-level students, both third, fourth year undergrads, as well as MBA students. And this is just a way to develop quantitative and qualitative skills necessary to succeed in venture capital and entrepreneurship.
So now I'm just going to talk about why PBCC is necessary. So if you look at NIBC, if you look at NSCC, they both are very specific towards investment banking, towards consulting. And we believe that PBCC fills the void that's missing between entrepreneurship and startups and venture capital. And that's a really key reason why we choose to exist. So another thing is that we are the lead student-run entrepreneurship and venture capital conference and competition in North America. And we're like the only one of its kind. And we support BC's booming tech and startup industry, as you can see with the new $100 million Tech in BC fund that was recently injected to BC. Next, we're also backed by startup founders, by venture capitalists, by other professionals in the industry, as well as government associations, which I think Shiv will talk about in a bit when we talk about sponsorships. Next up, how do we provide value to CUS students? So for the students that are participating in the competition on the venture capital side, they can learn to value and analyze startup companies, which is different from your traditional companies that you may see because the cash flow is a little bit different. They also get to experience the buy-side finance and buy-side investors' perspective, which is something different from investment banking. So for those students that are participating in the entrepreneurship side, they also get an opportunity to pitch their real business ideas to real venture capitalists to secure real funding. So that's a really key reason for entrepreneurs. And both these students are able to participate in workshops, simulations, mentorships, and networking opportunities, which is vital for the entrepreneurship and BC industry because it's such a tight-knit community. So on top of that, you also get to listen to world-renowned keynote speakers, which is also a really great thing.
So in terms of how our conference is going to be structured this year, and how the ticket options and pricing structure is going to work, it will remain consistently the same as prior years, as well as consistent with other conferences like NSCC. So $40 for Sauder students and $60 for external students. And they will have access to essentially, like Brian mentioned, all the workshops, the simulation, the venture capital entrepreneurship simulation that we have that is hosted by Macmillan as well as Agentis from prior year, as well as the panel, the founders panel that I will talk about in the next slide. And they will have access to the career fair and networking session, which is kind of geared more towards the first years, second years to get a feel for what networking is like, any kind of getting to know accounting professionals, people in the legal profession, venture capital, finance professionals, and stuff like that, as well as a 5-star gala dinner. And just a little note there as well, people that are registering in our early bird registration from January 6th to 19th will have access to Industry Night for free. And as well, the registration deadline is 19th and the actual conference day is the 24th of February. So like I mentioned, the Founders Panel is something that new that we're introducing this year, right before the networking and career fair that's happening in the evening of the conference. And it will be moderated by our board of director member, Praveen Varshni. And it's something that we've never done before just because we're trying to bring in more Canadian entrepreneurs. And right now we have Evgeny locked down from 500 Pixels, the co-founder, headquartered in Toronto. And we're in the talks with Vision Critical, Andrew Reid, the founder and president as well, bringing him out. And it's just a way for students to get a more casual and interactive feel for how they start up, why they went to startup, and the more entrepreneurship side of things, as well as getting their perspective on how they went through the fundraising process, their challenges, and their successes in the startup space, and upcoming Canadian trends in the startup space in Canada.
Okay, let's give you guys a quick overview of the competition structure. So there's two sides to the competition, entrepreneurship and VC. The entrepreneurship side is exactly what you'd expect. The teams will come up with a business or product idea and pitch that to VCs and established entrepreneurs and learn what it's like to raise capital for a new venture. The VCs, the first two rounds are based on a case study that we're developing with Andrew Grieve from Agentis Capital. And the third round, the VCs semifinalists will actually be evaluating the semifinalist business ideas from the entrepreneurship side. So it becomes a live case. It's much more realistic. They get to apply with the things that they learn in the case study to a real live VC situation. As well, all of the third round teams, both entrepreneurship and VC, will be receiving a mentor just to help them with their presentation, their pitch, and also to provide overall career guidance. And the final round, as James mentioned earlier, will be at the Fairmont on Feb 24th with a total prize pool of $5,000, $3,000 of which is to the entrepreneurship side winner and $2,000 for the VC side. In terms of registration pricing, it's $100 per team for both the and VC side. We've also added a new $25 individual competitor fee. This is just to garner more participation and raise more financing from people who don't necessarily have a full team, but still want to potentially participate. And so at the end of the registration period, we're going to be teaming up as many of these individuals as we possibly can. And in terms of expected turnout, we expect 90 teams. It's just a conservative estimate from our end, which is still substantial growth from last year's turnout of roughly 70 teams. In terms of venues for the East Side presentations, the first round, or the preliminary round, will be held at Big Four Conference Room here at UBC. Semifinal will be at Pan Pacific, and then the final again at Fairmont. And I just want to introduce a new initiative that we're undertaking this year for PVCC, and that's the valuation workshop hosted by EA Canada. We think this is going to really improve the quality of our competition. It's geared both to the entrepreneurs and the venture capitalists. With entrepreneurs, there's three main takeaways that we're trying to get at. First is just to give them an overview of the basic financial statements, so income statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement. So a lot of times the entrepreneurs will come from a non-business background, so they don't really know what to do in that regard. So this is just to get them up to speed on the basics. Secondly, we're going to be teaching them how to develop reasonable and defensible growth projections. Because a lot of times the East Side teams, they'll just kind of throw up a growth number and they won't be able to substantiate it under questioning. And obviously that hurts the chance of you raising money in reality. And third, we're going to be teaching them how to present this information in a way that makes it easy for a VC to see the value in their company. And for the VC side, there's two main takeaways: just developing the quantitative know-how on how to value a startup company. And secondly, the qualitative aspect of VC, which gets left out a lot in terms of school and other competition, which is assessing management, picking apart growth projections, and conducting market analysis. And again, this is just a new initiative that we think is going to greatly increase the quality of our competition. I'll just pass it on to Shiv to talk about our sponsorship so far.
In terms of external sponsorships, so far we project to raise about $16,000. Of that $16,000, we've actually received and secured $12,500. The $3,500 that we're missing is something that we hope to secure from IRA as well as Woolridge Loan. as they have both been our partners in the past. 12,500 that we have secured is coming from our returning title sponsor, Macmillan, which is contributing 2,500. We have EA Canada on board this year as well, who is contributing 2,000. And then we've also got KPMG on board this year, who is contributing another 1,000. Then we also have a number of $1,000 sponsorships from a bunch of law firms and VC firms such as Yellow Point, Jenkins, Lawson Lundell, Baskin. And in comparison to last year, we've been able to get a number of new sponsors. However, at the same time, a number of our past sponsors have also moved on. With the new sponsors, our target is to put a lot of focus towards this relationship and nurture it so we can maintain a good long-term relationship. And with that, that concludes our presentation. Thank you.
We have Jordan, any questions?
I'm just looking at your sponsorship.
Yeah.
From, can you go back?
Yeah.
Did the CUS not sponsor you last year?
Yeah. You guys sponsored us, and this is just
Sponsors.
sponsors outside of
Yeah.
CUS.
Okay,
And then, like, if you look on our website, CUS is at the top.
okay. Just double checking. I was
Yeah.
like, I'm pretty sure we sponsored you last year.
Yeah.
Okay, and do you know the amount that we sponsored you last year?
I believe it was
22,000.
Okay, and how come it's jumping from 22 to 32? Like that extra 10,000, did you guys like get a better venue? Did you?
Right.
Is that why or?
So I think it comes from a multiple number of reasons. We're having a new venue. First of all, I think that contributes to a little more extra cost. Second of all the stuff we're adding in terms of, say, the founders panel, we're adding more professionals to the conference. We're upgrading that, and that getting these sponsors out, sometimes it takes a little more fee. You need to fly them out. You need to pay some of them a speaker fee. So I think that's another reason. Second of all, I think, yeah, in terms of growth projection, we're expecting more students, so we're going to need more subsidy from the CUS in terms of solder students because they'll be covering the cost of their tickets. So I think those reasons that add together do contribute to the factor that there's a $10,000 price increase in our funding request.
We're asking for just one more thing. We're asking for 10,000, but the true cost of the growth of the competition this year is close to 15. We've been able to raise that additional money from outside sponsorship. So you guys aren't fully funding the growth of the competition. We've tried to bridge that gap as much as possible, and 10,000 is just the balance that's remaining from last year.
And
I was going to ask how many students were you expecting more students from last year?
Sorry?
Were you expecting more students last year?
Yeah, we're expecting growth from not just international students, but solder students as well. Most of the teams so far are solder.
How many did you have last year? Students?
I think we had
If you go back to the slide at the top. Yeah, so in terms of this conference delegates, 175 of those, probably 130, 40 were solder students.
Okay. And you're expecting
yeah, so the projection 255 delegates, around 200 will be solder students. That's what we're aiming for.
I think Taylor was next. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks for your presentation, guys. Sorry I keep covering this. I was just wondering a little bit, very general question about your guys' alumni connections within PCC. So I used to communicate a lot with Jordan, and I know community and stuff. And I'm just wondering, do you guys have an alumni board, and how do you sort of communicate with them? I'm just curious because I know Jordan did this pretty much the whole time I was since first year. I'm just wondering, do you guys communicate with sort of the ex execs and board and that kind of stuff?
Yeah, we do communicate with Jordan quite a bit, as well as Praveen. He's pretty heavily involved in terms of helping us connect with sponsors and professionals. But so yeah, we do that on an ongoing basis.
Are they kind of your main contacts for sort of the governance stuff of the board and
Yeah.
Another quick question here was, are these all schools that have basically, or how many have given sort of confirmation at this point of the, are these all participating?
These are all. This is just participating schools from a previous competition.
Notable ones.
Yes,
There's
there's obviously way more than
this, right?
And we have similar names coming out this year. Obviously, registration isn't done yet, so we're kind of hesitant to put out a full list just yet.
When would you guys know sort of how many schools are definitely participating, who are registered and paid and stuff? What's that timeline?
The registration deadline for the competition is on January 6th. So at that point,
Yeah.
the 7th.
Yes.
Taylor.
So you mentioned that you're projecting an increase in ticket sales. Why are you projecting an increase in ticket
So if you looked at the numbers, because we actually looked at the number of solder students from this year versus last year, and there's an increase in that. I think that will also drive ticket sales up. In terms of that, I think in terms of marketing, we're actually trying to put a lot of effort into marketing this year. I think in terms of last year, that's something we were lacking in a little bit. So we're definitely focusing on a lot of marketing to first and second years in terms of the conference, because that's who we're mainly targeting in terms of the turnout. And other than that, I think that's the key reasons why we believe that this growth is possible.
And just to add on to that, like, I'm not sure you guys noticed, but 2013, 2014, there was a huge jump in terms of how many first years and second years came out. And hopefully that's something that we could still continue to do, like taking it forward, even though there is a slight decrease in 2015, but there are interested first years and second years. Even when we booth for like 2 weeks, we had a lot of interested first years and second years. On top of that, our associate, Shirley, she's a first year, so she actually knows quite a bit of people in the first year round.
So did you guys sell out last year? Sorry. Did you guys sell out last year? Or almost sell out?
We did.
Yeah, full capacity.
I'm gonna have a speakers list. I think Tyler was next. And
I just had a question. So you guys won an additional 10,000 from last year. What would happen if you guys didn't get that money? Would you guys cut back in certain areas of the conference, or would you guys try and fundraise that money otherwise? Just what's your backup plan if that doesn't go through?
Obviously, we don't want that to happen, but we would have to raise more money from our existing sponsors and try to drum up money from additional sponsors as well. We try not to cut back, but like at least minimize that, because obviously that just hurts the competition. If we promise everything and then 2 months later say actually half of that's gone, right? It just hurts the competition inside as well.
So what's the worst cut though? You just got 22,000. What would you guys have to do?
It would be contacting our key sponsors right now to see if we can get additional funding from them. We're in talks with a couple other firms as well in terms of mentorship and judging spots. So we'd approach them for sponsorship as well.
So something like industry night would potentially still happen regardless if the funding was decreased?
I think in terms of that industry night, stuff like that, the quality, it could be put at risk. I wouldn't say completely, but you could see potential decrease in the quality of the competition and the conference, but that's something we don't want to happen because we're really focusing on the quality and what we can provide to students. And in terms of funding, like if you look at startup companies, entrepreneurs, they don't have a lot of excess cash to fund because they're trying to get their business going. So I think the biggest thing that these founders can contribute are their time and their efforts. So that's why we're looking to CUS to potentially fund this $10,000 gap.
Yeah, and in addition to that, we got KPMG on board this year, and traditionally we know that if one is on board, the others are more likely to come on board as well. We are actually in talks with EY right now as well, so hopefully we're able to get all 4 of them on board, whether now or in the future.
Any other questions? Catherine's okay. I'm gonna put you guys all on the speakers list. So Adam, Fred, Vanessa, Jen, Ben. Okay, Catherine.
So just as a follow-up to Tyler's question, you mentioned quality a lot, saying that if you didn't get the 10,000, quality might be compromised, but specifically what does that mean? Like what are you cutting there?
It means in terms of the people that are going to be coming on for the founders panel and the judges and the mentors that we're bringing out, if we can't afford to fly them out or pay their speaker fee, they're not going to show up, right? Their time is really valuable. So in terms of the professionals that we're bringing to the table.
Also, I think to touch up on industry night, the venue, we may have to look at alternatives if it really eats into our budget. So that's something that could also be compromised. But in terms of that, like say maybe we'll still have the venue, there'll just be less food, stuff like that.
And plus, we've already taken steps to minimize costs as much as possible in terms of using the Big 4 conference room instead of trying to book another hotel downtown. Saves quite a bit of money.
Next up on students is Adam.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just looking at your budget here, and for the professional expense, you have You have the special souvenirs for keynote speakers and final judges, $1,700. You have the keynote fee, $6,000, flights, $3,000. Can you talk to these numbers, please?
Yeah, so in terms of flights, if you divide the average cost of a flight by, it's around $500, depending on where they're coming from. So if you divide that, that's,
So like how many people are you flying out?
because we have this as a contingency expense in case we need to fly someone out like immediately.
Wait, are you flying people out or not?
Because we are flying people out because that's why it's on the budget. So in terms of keynote speakers, we have 3 keynote speakers. We have 3 founders panel, 3 to 4. We may add another additional keynote. So in terms of that many people, some of them may be local, the rest will need to be flown out. And if you're asking for like an exact confirmation of which flights we have booked, like there's no flights that are booked right now because we're still confirming with all the founders, except for Evgeny, which is locked down, and he'll be flying out from Toronto. No, he'll actually be flying out from Hong Kong because that's where he'll be. So we were in touch with him. So in terms of 6,000, I think it's a reasonable cost for airfare.
Isn't the 6,000 for keynote fees and flights is 3,000?
Yeah.
So Hong Kong flight is what, 1,100?
And flights.
Flights 3,000 and then keynote fees are 6,000.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah.
So if you have potentially, you just mentioned 4, 8 people coming out, 1 person from Hong Kong flight.
Yeah, 1 person
costs
from
around
Hong Kong.
1,000. So 2,000 left will cover the remaining 5 people.
No, if you look, not all of them are from like Toronto or we have local founders like Andrew Reid, Vision Fiddles, Vancouver. So there's other founders as well that are from Vancouver, and we're locking them down as well. So in terms of that,
Can you talk to the 6,000 keynote fees? Is it a few thousand individual? Is it 1 person? What is that?
so we're in talks with Praveen again. We're looking to bring in another dragon and then last year, if you look at Vikram, he was 5,000 to bring out. And then we're looking to bring out someone, Harry Finkelstein, which is the new dragon. And he's also the CPO of Shopify. So yeah, that speaks to what the keynote fees for.
And just one quick note, then you have gift cards for professionals at $1,700, and then you have special souvenirs for keynote speakers at $800. Why are there 2 different fees for 2 different, I guess, line items for these gifts? I'm guessing. I'm saying one is just for like 6 keynote speakers and then those for the industries that come out, but $1,700 seems a little much, no?
Yeah, so the gift cards and cards, that's just for the people that come out into the judging mentors industry night, just to give them a bit of a reward to keep them happy so we can secure them for the next few years. And then the souvenirs and the keynote speakers, like you said, that's for the keynote speakers that actually fly out.
$800, what are you buying them?
We haven't fully
we haven't fully confirmed that yet, but if you look at the number of keynote speakers and final judges, like if you divide the $800 by the number of keynote speakers, which is around 3 to 4, number of final round judges, we have 7. So if you divide
like 35 or so professionals at least, just like in terms of judging and mentors. So it's like it may seem like a large amount in aggregate, but when you divide that across like 40 people, like it's not actually a huge deal.
Okay, just letting you know, question time has been 10 minutes. Currently I have Fred, Jen, Ben, Vanessa, and Adrian on the speakers list. Would you guys like to extend question time? Motion to extend by another 10 minutes. For Vanessa, I need a seconder, seconded by Debbie. All those who approve of this extension, raise your hand and say aye. All those who don't approve, say nay. Any abstentions? 9. Okay, so the motion has been approved. Next up on the speakers list is Fred.
Who are you ultimately accountable to?
Sorry.
Like your group, this conference organizing committee, who are you accountable to?
I think in the end we're accountable to our board. I think that's the biggest. Like they do a lot of the networking for us. They do a lot of the mentoring, teach us how things should work in the startup industry. And I guess in terms of like monetary, right, we do owe some sort of like we do owe CUS to a certain extent for the money for the funding that you guys provide us with, and that's why we're heavily targeting starter students, right? And we're trying to target market more heavily to them, and yeah, that's where you guys come in.
We're also accountable to the students that we're promoting and marketing towards. Like if we're promising this great conference and we can't deliver, that's where the biggest loss comes from. If we lose a conference of students basically around the world, next year's teams are not going to be able to host nearly as good of a conference.
Now, did this board hire you?
Yeah.
This is the board that like hired you and like put you in place in the organization.
I think it's like Jordan did a lot of the hiring for this year, so he's on the board. So I guess that's
the reason I ask is because I'm curious about the extent of control that your board has over like the day-to-day running of your conference. The reason that this does come up is because something's recently come up between PVCC and eProjects.
Yep.
Yeah. And just in one of the lines, you've stated, our board is quite aggressive on what it wants to achieve. That's perfectly fine to me.
Yep.
But if the aggression of your board comes up and like basically instigates conflict between your conference and an existing CUS Colombo service, then that's cause for concern for me.
right. I guess.
Well, they're aggressive in terms of the like overall goal that we want to achieve, like the best international VC entrepreneurship competition. Make sure it's student run, just like overall goals. The conflict with eProjects wasn't anything to do with the board. That was just between eProjects and PVCC. So they're not involved in the day-to-day micromanagement that they have. Kind of very valuable that they can't run this competition on a day-to-day. So they're very aggressive in terms of what they want us to achieve on a high level. They kind of gave us guidance and then let us handle that. And if we need help, we can reach out to them.
Okay, so the board had absolutely nothing to do with this.
Well, obviously it had to be reported to the board and what's happening. So, but they're not going to micromanage. They're going to give us the recommendation that they think based on the situation that at hand, which I'm sure a lot of you are very familiar with. So, and based on that decision, the mutual decision between the board, the chair, as well as ourselves, is to rescind the tickets based on how we feel that it was unfair.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
Next up is Jen.
So I had a question regarding some of your expenses, but also regarding your marketing and then your increase in delegates, and particularly, so I'll start with budgeting. So I noticed your web posting is $700, and then there's the promotional video for $500. Could you just clarify the price to justify why you're spending so much on it?
In terms of web posting, that's just the given price that we have.
I mean, at the same time, like that's what was always charged to us, and it would be weird if we changed everything now in the middle. Like that's something that we're kind of exploring options in the future as well. That's something that was actually brought up to us by prior year members as well as Jordan to perhaps change the web hosting, but it was something that was just a bit too late into the year in October, November. So it's definitely something that we could look to in the future.
And to touch up on,
and then the second oh, the video.
The promotional video, it's been done already, so we're finalizing it, and that's what they're charging us for the promotional video. And we're looking at hiring like an external company to do it.
Yeah, because the previous video was from a couple of years ago, and last year's just was not nearly up to par. So we kind of had to make sure that this was done correctly. That's just the price I came in to make an actual professional looking.
Yeah, we looked at the people that were familiar with like ourselves within, so to get like as much promotional budget as good of a budget as possible. This is strictly we've allocated 500 for it, and we're about to pay them. I think 500.
And that number is actually very consistent to what has been in the past. It hasn't increased at all. So
you're getting better value.
Yeah.
You mentioned last year
Yeah, we did quite a bit more shopping around this time around just to make sure we actually had a good video because last year's it just was not. You just couldn't put it up.
Yeah. Last year, so that's the thing.
And when do you plan on, so this promotional video, is it for the registration?
It's for
Like delegate?
for the overall
For the
conference.
conference in general.
Like whenever we booth and solder we have running, it'll be on our website, just like a general promotion tool. Yeah, just to show people what the conference actually looks like.
And when do you plan on?
Probably in the next week it'll be up on the website.
And regarding your increase in soccer students, so there was an increase from previous years of like 60 like competition levels from what we stated here, is that correct? So expected teams.
Yeah, expected
Is that
teams 90 from,
90 people who will be coming?
no, 90 teams.
19 in general.
Okay.
And it's about 4 to 6 people per team.
And for the delegates who are actually coming here.
I think it shows here 255, that's what we're looking at, and out of that, it would be around 200 solid students, 55 like external.
Yeah, that includes other students from other schools and professionals as well, but some vast majority.
Excluding professionals, but from other faculties.
And finally, regarding your marketing, you mentioned that you're going to increase it. So besides the video, that's because the last date for registration is
January.
January.
For
January
For-
is for your
competition,
competition, and then for the delegates for
probably mid, like a week, and a day before our official conference, so that's when the cutoff for the competition conference is. So in terms of marketing efforts, we're like boothing a lot more than last year. We're also, more promotional material that we're in the process of making. And that's why the marketing budget has allocated that to it. And in terms of that, we're just trying to physically reach out to more people. I think it's less of what's seen. It's more of us trying to reach out to different professors, trying to speak to different classes and stuff like that.
And some of us even know people in whether it's Calgary or Toronto, so it's good marketing to schools across Canada and nationally when we want to build, whether that's the competition or the conference as well.
And then the comp team and the marketing team work pretty closely together. So it's two people kind of run the in terms of the material, like what's going to be on the posters and stuff, and then the comp team kind of oversees that. Any nuance that we want to add, where we're going to market, how we're going to do it. So it's 4 people in total.
Okay, I just want to remind everyone to speak louder because Angela, the person, our administration director, she's not here. So the only way she can take the minutes is through our live stream. Knowing that, Ben is up next.
Just a few questions here. I was curious if you said like if revenues were cut for whatever reason, stuff like the speaker panel like would be reduced in quality, for example. I was just curious, like with regard to the speakers panel, what are sort of the fees that professionals charge for that? Just because I know keynotes are a lot, but for the panel, like what are sort of like the ballpark fees that they ask for?
It's a couple hundred.
Okay.
They're not talking for like a long period of time, like an hour or something for a keynote. But yeah,
So
I think a majority of the cost for keynote speakers and like for speakers in general would come from keynotes. Yeah.
For the founders panel, the majority of the cost is just their transportation costs and cost.
Okay.
Yeah. And we're trying really hard to source a lot of these, the professionals that are coming to the speakers panel or the founders panel, like locally.
Right. Okay. Cool. One thing was just, and again, apologies if you went over this, but could you guys just talk about like relationship with like the dean's office, that kind of thing? Like in the past, a lot of our conferences got a lot of funding from like the solder dean's office, that kind of thing. Do you guys have any kind of ongoing relationship with? Like I can go over all the cut funding, but I'm just curious if you guys talk with.
I don't believe we talked, because we also know that they cut funding as well, so we haven't
We
reached out.
to them, but they didn't actually on that extended offer fund, but we did receive funding from the solder alum office.
Oh, okay. Well, but you guys can really okay. Yeah, lastly, just make it really easy for us, like if you, like just looking purely from like an accounting perspective, if you guys compare like the variances of all the line items year over year, like last year, this year, what would you say are like just the biggest things, like if I'm like an auditor, like what would be like the notable things with like
Biggest thing would be probably venues, because we did have to change venues for the final round, as well as the prelim presentations, or from Pan Pacific different ones. That's a majority of the variance from year to year.
Okay.
And then again, adding the Pan Pacific for the prelim round.
Okay, so those are kind of main drivers.
Yeah.
Sorry, there's a speakers list. Also, our 10 minutes are up. Currently, I have Vanessa, Adrian, Javon, and Vadim on the speakers list. Would the board and exec want to extend the question time for 10 more minutes?
Move to extend to 10 minutes.
Okay, moved by Vanessa, seconded by Michael. All those who approve, raise your hand and say aye. All those who oppose, say nay.
Nay.
Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion has been moved. Our question period will end at 10:20 unless there are any more changes. Vanessa is up next.
Yeah, so I'm just backtracking to what you said earlier when you were asked about the dragons and the speakers. It seems like you don't have everything 100% confirmed. So how many of these dragons or professionals are actually secured?
In terms of, because we're basically getting a lot of the keynotes from the board, from external people that we know, and Praveen has a really strong connection with Harry Finkelstein, from which is one of the keynotes we're trying to bring, as well as we have strong relationships with someone who knows Andrew Reed Vision Critical. We have Evgeny from 500 Pixels locked down, and we're also in talks with several other founders and firms. So I would say we have just like under 50% kind of locked down, and I would say in the next 1 or 2 weeks, we would have confirmation of another maybe 20 or 30%. And yeah, by the time January ends, like it should be locked down, all of it already.
So basically the amounts that are in your budget are basically just like forecasts of how much they might cost and not the actual expenses, right?
Like for the keynote speaker, we would look at Harry Finkelstein based on precedents from Vikram, how much we had to
So you
pay
guys
for
are
it.
just benchmarking from last year. Okay. And then I was looking at the budget and I was just wondering, what is the video contest? I know it's only $600, but can you just walk us through like what that is? Is that something that's new? Because I don't think I've heard of it from last year.
Right. I think there's a tab on our webpage, and it's a list of videos, and it's also another marketing tool. We're trying to get participants to make videos and get their friends to like it on Facebook, share the event, and I think that really helps in terms of marketing.
How can that cost money though if people are
Because
doing
of the prize that we're giving. So we're looking to provide an iPad.
Okay, and it's like $600 for the winner, or how does that work?
I think we're dividing like the cost into like an iPad for the winning team. Yeah. So.
So next up on the speakers list is Adrian, and I'll add Ryan onto the speakers list as well.
Cool. So in terms of professionals, like just general number, how many guys are hoping to get that compensation?
In terms
Total
of
number of professionals, yeah.
So judges, we're gonna have, it's gonna be like 40 or so judges, with 14 mentors, and then the keynotes and the founders panel. And then as well as for industry night, it's gonna be a lot of people who are judges and mentors as well, and then additional what we can drum up. So
like 70 professional.
Are you talking about just the
Just
conference?
professionals in general, like judges, everyone, so like non-students.
Yeah, roughly 70. It's like ballpark.
And then you're hoping to confirm everyone by like January or until conference.
Yeah, a lot of people have given their like sort of verbal confirmation just in terms of locking down, confirming with their schedule. Like mine said, 50% are like dead lockdowns. Another like 25, 30 have given a verbal yes, we'll do it. Like they know what's expected of them. We're just kind of waiting back for like an official yes.
And then in terms of moving venues, is that just a personal choice or more space or just to make it fancier?
There's a lot of scheduling conflicts with Time Pacific this year in terms of the dates that we wanted and they could give us, and the rooms that they did offer for the dates we wanted were like basically like the size of this classroom, so obviously that's not going to work for our competition. So James can kind of touch on that a bit more, but Fairmont ended up being the best alternative.
Yeah, and we did contact basically all the downtown hotels, Marriott, Hyatt, Four Seasons, like all the Fairmont sister hotels, and Fairmont Vancouver came out like in terms of quality service and just like communicating with us, and also making a competitive pricing with regards to what Pan Pacific offered us prior year.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so next up on speakers list is Juwan.
So, you know the partnership deal that you guys had? Okay, so, was this deal, like, did you guys have this before?
I don't think there was an ongoing kind of connection between that. I think they reached out to us this year again. And yeah.
So was the first time it was brought up this year between like the two clubs, or is it like that has happened before that these guys sponsored?
I believe, I'm not too sure what happened last year, but I believe the winners were given the opportunity to compete for free. I think that was something that was there.
But it's not like a set, like this is exactly what's going to happen year over year. It's been like an informal thing that the organization have communicated in that given year.
So in terms of actually sponsoring physical tickets, this would be the first year.
With that being said, like I understand that you guys had like an informal communication, and like they said to provide marketing to like whatever PCC finds necessary.
Yeah.
They did provide the marketing and they did like the blurb on their newsletter, and I feel that like the students who were competing, they were told that they would win these tickets, so that it's not really fair to the students who were promised these tickets.
Right.
And keep in mind, guys, like we also oversee like the clubs too.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
that is why this is being brought up, because we don't feel comfortable funding a conference who like does that kind of stuff.
Right.
So we just want to get that clarified before we make our decision too, as to like how you guys operate in general, because.
Right. But I don't know, like, what's the other side to the argument, like, in terms of what the information that we provided? I don't know, like, I didn't really get any feedback in terms of that, so I guess this would be a good time to maybe talk about how you guys felt about what I kind of put through to do that. So.
Okay, so basically, like, you guys didn't get enough time to present at your event, and like the outline of the marketing deal wasn't really, like, I believe like the problem is that both sides didn't really tell each other what they wanted for marketing, but they didn't specify. I think if this was to, like, if this was moving forward, like next year, you guys were to partner with the weekend, this is something to consider, that if they were to approach you guys with a marketing deal,
yeah.
that even if like they're not being aggressive, like they're not being proactive about it, that you guys do that part as well to make sure that you guys did your part to make, like, to let them know that what you wanted, so that what they didn't do,
right.
Like you've already outlined what you wanted.
I think in terms of the situation, there's kind of fault on both parts. Like, obviously, both should have made things more clear from the start. I think, like, we totally own up to that. And I think in terms of like communication, like, we did try to talk with them and kind of reaching like a medium. Like, we were trying to say, oh, could you invite us to your Hootsuite event, so that we, because we did initially ask them, oh, could you introduce us to one of your sponsors? And that was shot down, and we completely respect that, because okay, you want to maintain a stronger relationship, you don't want to pass on your contacts right away. But so then we then talked to them, and we asked for 2 or 3 tickets to one of their Hootsuite events where we a lot of professionals were there. And we're like, okay, could we get a couple tickets, since we're providing tickets as well, to your event, so that we could network ourselves, right? Based on, like, we don't need a warm introduction, we just need to physically be there. So that was also rejected, and I think that's what, they initially said it was okay through previous communication, but after talking to their presidents, it was the idea was shut down, as you already know. So I think that's where a lot of the conflict really came up, and I guess that's the point we're trying to make CUS understand. We're not trying to negotiate with them or be hostile or anything, but I think in terms of working towards a win-win situation, we did actually try to play our part. So
it was mostly just like a miscommunication on both sides. Like, it was like, okay, we'll do this, you do that, and then it kind of, there's nothing set. People forget, things change, right? And so we're obviously still open to communicating with them and working this out. Obviously, we're busy like running our own conference right now, so we haven't been able to talk as much. But moving forward, I really don't think this is going to be a big deal. It's just a matter of communicating clearly, like what our expectations are, what their expectations are, coming to an agreement moving forward. I don't think it's not a very huge issue.
So to touch up your point on like future communication, like maybe not this year, maybe next year, right? I think both our clubs have learned to really iron out the details at the start to make sure that there's no kind of miscommunication afterwards.
Okay, it's already 10:20, so I'm going to do a last call for speakers list. Adam, you're already on it, and then I have Ryan. Anybody else? All right, so this time will be extended up until the last speaker talks, which will be Ryan, and then the question and answer will be concluded. So Adam, go on.
Were any of you guys PDs on the conference last year?
On the team?
On the team, yeah.
Not within the part group right now.
Okay, just a quick point. I have you guys' last year budget, and I'm just trying to make comparisons between the last year budget and this year budget. And from the last year budget, I noticed that there is no fee at all for any of the keynote fees, and now this year it's a $6,000 fee.
Right.
So were keynotes actually paid last year?
Keynotes were actually paid last year, for sure.
Where did that money come from?
Do you have like?
I have the final budget. There's nothing from 6,000 for keynote speaker fees, and you guys probably 22 weeks still got paid. So I'm kind of curious where that came from.
Like to be honest, I'm not too sure on that. Based on the fact that we think he was actually paid, I think we budgeted it in because based on what we've heard, he's been paid 5,000. So.
Okay, next up is Ryan.
Okay, that's a quick question also.
Ryan, can you be louder?
Oh, just a quick question. About the video contest and how it's going to be teamed.
Yeah.
And you're giving an iPad. So do you think that's going to be suitable for like a team prize just because it's a single item you can do?
So I guess in terms of like the budget that's already there, it's around $600. Like give or take, if it's moved up 100, 200, right? We could also provide a cash prize. Like the prize isn't set because the video contest hasn't been put out yet. So in terms of prize, it's still very kind of flexible in terms of what we can actually provide. I mean, it's very good that you brought it up that, okay, maybe an iPad may not be the best choice, but that's initially what was budgeted for from the start. And in terms of moving around funding in terms of that portion, maybe divvying up between competitors, cutting that by 100 or 200, like it's very flexible, right? So.
I just said that's something you probably should consider.
Yeah, no, that's completely fair. So.
Okay, so that concludes everything. Thank you for coming in. To our dessert table there.
All dessert.
Yeah, all dessert, even though
Hi.
breakfast potluck. Next up is Fred's presentation with CUS history.
Thanks guys for presenting. We'll get back to you after exam season if that's okay, or is that okay with you guys or?
Can you guys get back to us like tonight?
No, we can't.
We'll try our best, guys.
I actually want to make a note on that. How early in January? Because the first half of our
Yeah,
meeting
because
is January 15th.
we could probably get back to you next week.
Yeah.
Actually, because that's the end of exam season.
We'll probably discuss it later.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, you guys.
Ben! Ben again!
And help yourself to some food.
Oh, I got a veggie platter, guys.
Ben, you brought a veggie platter?
Yeah, legit.
Alright, so to lighten up the mood, Fred has been working very diligently on looking for this history of the CUS to find some funny facts about our organization. What? Wrong. We're on live stream.
I didn't remember that.
I thought he said the CUS is shit. I was like, what? Excuse me. Okay.
Wait, was there hash? Did someone say there was hash browns?
No, I didn't have time to get them this morning.
Guys, legit, check out this veggie platter. It's actually sick.
Ruth, were you like clenching your fist the whole
Oh,
time?
come on, that's sweater, okay? Sorry, I was a bit late. So late, Ben. Ben! Horrible.
Hey, Ben.
Really?
Yo, lifeguard.
Oh, man.
Apparently
in the minutes.
I knew that
last year you presented. Your name is Common Ruben Oman. Oman. O-M-A-N. Oman.
I'm sitting here. Is anyone sitting?
Ben, did you just tell me that you got me for Secret Santa?
I don't know.
You like Ben texted
I wish
me.
I went to Harvard. Actually,
A little bit.
you don't say it. Don't say it. Please tell us.
Yeah, I don't know who you got.
Gotta let my inner scroll out.
I think the grammar was correct. I just wanted to go.
I think this is like the signature starting slide of my slide deck. Looks exactly.
I just ripped it off your call.
Okay, when everybody is ready for Fred.
Ruth looks so uncomfortable in this picture.
Ruth? He's like, no, he's not. Smell my armpit.
That's that first day of class thing made me like
Look at Ruth and Jess. They both look so uncomfortable. It's like, why am I here? That night, like literally that night when board and exec just dropped, like, my face was like a long show. It was like meme after meme after meme.
all me.
My favorite one is Ruth's though. I've seen some fucked up shit. Once again, we are on live stream. I'll show it to you.
We're still on live stream, guys.
Yeah, we should just like. Anyway.
You know, this is your idea.
All right, everyone shut up, Fred and Scar.
Okay, Fred's gonna start.
All right.
Fred.
Okay, so as you may or may not know, I've been really bored over the past couple months, and I've just been digging up old stuff from the UBC archives. So the UBC, thank the Lord, decided to digitize all their archives going back to 1919 or so. And one day, really bored at an AMS meeting over the summer, I decided to figure out what I could find about the CUS. So here's a bit. We have some CUS history on the website. Not all of it is necessarily necessarily correct, as I've now found. So when we move things over to the new site, I'll update the website and make sure that more information is accurate. So we started off as a commerce club. Keep in mind, this is before there was a Department of Commerce or Faculty of Commerce. We legitimately were just art students in the econ department taking a couple commerce courses and then calling ourselves commerce students. So then we formed an AMS club. Then we formed an AMS club called the Commerce Club. Started in 1932, and it died in 1936. People were just so zero interest at all. But we formed a department a couple years after, in 1939. This department was weird. The Department of Commerce was under the Department of Economics, which was in the Faculty of Arts. So we were still art students. In 1940, we finally split from the economics department, so we're still art students, but now we're a full department. And in 1940, we elected our first class president. This wasn't an undergraduate society. This wasn't a club. This was, I think, from my understanding, this was basically the equivalent of a valedictorian. So the first name we have. He later became a doctor, so I found that out. We also lost track of him like 5 years later. So I found an article in the UBC where they were, it was basically saying need help in locating UBC grads, and they had a list of people that the UBC, that like the university could not find after they graduated. The entire university lost track of him, and about 100 other people. So we couldn't find a president. I have.
That's like 100 more people into the spam.
Yo, that'll be V-Lab straight up. Like, where is she, yo?
Think of that lost revenue, time value of money. All right. So, we right now we don't have a commerce club. Well, as of 1940, no club, nothing. We're just students in the arts department or in the arts faculty. But in 1941, we decided to form an ad hoc group called the Commerce Executives under
Wait,
President.
so the execs is before the board?
Yes,
Ooh.
but this isn't even a formal organization. This is basically like mediocre half-ass student council.
Oh, nothing's changed, yo.
Okay. So 1941, we formed the Commerce Executives, and they don't really do anything. But the year after, 1942, the Commerce Club reforms out of the Commerce Executives under President Hugh Hall, who later runs for AMS Treasurer, so now VP Finance, and gets it. Then 1943, we get Maurice Glover as president of the Commerce Club, and then we officially form on October 10th, 1944. This actually comes into effect in January 1945 under the AMS, but the CUS was announced officially and confirmed on October 10th, 1944.
October 10th is our anniversary.
When
Yes.
we start running a beer garden.
That'll come later. That'll come later. Maurice is a guy.
Oh, really?
All right, so then Stuart Porteous is elected our first official president. He later runs for AMS president and he ran for AMS president first, didn't get it, and then became CUS president.
At least there's.
So there's some hope for him in student politics. I also lost track of him after he graduated. We hosted a class party to celebrate a month later in the Stanley Park Pavilion. It was free to CS students and $1 outsiders. Specifically, it was free to commerce men because sign of the times. This was 1945. Commerce men.
Just men?
Yeah. No, it was free to everybody.
We've come a long way, ladies.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So this was sponsored by Ellis Morrow. He was the professor and head of the Department of Commerce and now what became the Faculty of Commerce. He basically supported everything we did for the first 10 years. He was a real driving force behind the formation of the CUS and also pretty much everything we did. He sponsored everything. He legitimized us. And we owe a lot to basically our relationship with faculty. So yes, we've had some ups and downs with faculty over the past few years, but keep in mind that basically without faculty, we couldn't have started. So that's the Stanley Park Pavilion today. We basically had a giant house party.
We own that?
No, we just had a party there. It's still
Surprise.
standing. It's still standing. People have weddings there.
We can get a retreat there for the turnover.
All right.
It's right outside the mountain bowl. Outside the mountain bowl, like the concert area.
All right. So now we go to 1945, and the Commerce Department under the CUS takes over the UBC and starts a new annual tradition called the Combacy. We basically take over the UBC for a day, and we just write commerce articles. Also, a couple days later, the CUS, the Commerce Undergraduate Society Banquet, I think this is the second year it ran. We host the Canadian Senator, so very different from awards night, and I move that we try and bring in a senator for Commerce Gala. Okay, so later in 1945, this is the first time comm law is offered. We just found that. Yeah, pretty bad. Yeah.
You never get my class once.
Yeah,
We were all in the same class. Jen never came.
Jen came one time. The very last day she showed up, and I'm like, "You're in our class?" Because she had to give a presentation. That's what
Okay, so this guy is George Pearson. Jen. Okay, so this guy, George Pearson, succeeds Dirk Warney as CUS president, and this is the first picture I could find of a CUS president. So here you go. This handsome fella. He came back from the war. He was a army vet and served in Europe. And the year after, we get a Air Force veteran. So this guy flew in Europe. And then the second publication of the Combacy is released, and the main article is what is Stats 1. So it's nice to know that our priorities haven't changed.
Love.
Stats sucks. Sorry.
What is Stats, KB?
All right, so we move on a couple of years, and we finally get our own building. So it's not really a building; it's an old war hut that was used. Now vacated because the war was over. Praise the Lord. We get a 36-foot by 24-foot hut out behind Brock Hall. And as a note, we finally got a phone. This was 1947, so it was pretty new. And also, we ran a campus book exchange. So basically, we ran the entire university's used book market. And we've kind of slid really far down since then. Yeah, you can see there, we did quite a bit. I think we turned over 10,000 university textbooks and raised over $7,000 in used texts. So I guess we sold them for pretty cheap. Keep in mind inflation. So
Did they just use that? Like, was that just like they basically profited off that?
I believe so.
Yeah.
All right. So just as an illustration, this is the university, circa 1940. Can you guys recognize anything here?
Irving.
Yes.
No.
Yes,
Which one?
I can, Fred.
That's Irving right here. So Henry Angus, right there. That's Henry Angus High. That didn't change until like the early 2000s. Yeah. The field.
I see Wreck Beach.
Yep. And the war huts are.
You like
the war huts.
pretend you see it.
Yeah. The war huts, where we were based out of for the solid 80 or so years, is up here behind Brock Hall. So we got a tiny hut that we worked out of for a long time.
Wait, can we go back?
For 80 years?
You want to go back?
No, not 80 years. Not 80 years. We worked out of there for a long time. This is 1940. We were there for like until the 90s.
Okay, in a shake under the law bills.
Yeah. So that's. Yeah, Buchanan's there.
Wait, is that like the same Buchanan?
Buchanan got renovated in the 70s, I believe. But those are the original Buchanan buildings.
Yeah.
All right. Cool. So, and that's us here in Henry Angus High, the really, really terrible building. Year after, a couple of you know this, we ran a dating service because we had a commerce ball.
Date bureau?
We decided to hold a dance, but we also felt bad that people couldn't find dates to the dance. So Shirley Forrester and Dick Krupp decided to start a dating service based out of the war huts, where people would come by
and
Wait,
register.
can you say those names again?
Shirley Forrester and Dick Krupp. The guy's name was Dick Krupp.
All right, thanks for clarifying.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, we have a dating service. We ran it and matched people up based on their height, size, weight, political preference, orientation, addiction to tobacco and alcohol. So basically every single superficial thing we could think of.
That's not really superficial.
As a side note, Bill's daughter graduates this year, so that's really how old he was.
He was in Fight Out too.
Really?
He was this one, yeah.
Thanks, Becca.
Still on live stream. Did you say
Nothing
has changed.
Yeah. All right. So we move on a couple days. We move on a couple years, and we're in 1950. In 1950, the UBC School of Commerce is officially founded. So we're now no longer art students. We are our own faculty. Sorry, no, we're our own school. We're still not a full faculty yet. Yeah. Our glorious prof, Ellis Morrow, retires after, right after the School of Commerce is founded.
Is he like our sponsored prof or something?
Basically, he sponsored everything we did for the first 10 years of our life.
Oh,
Yeah,
that hot life.
he was the chair of the Department of Economics at Ivy before he came here to head up the Department of Commerce under.
Is he alive?
Is he alive?
Oh no, he died in like the 80s. He was Oxford graduate, I think. He got his PhD. Oxford or Harvard, I'm not sure. But yeah, no, like a really well published guy. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of him. But like we owe a lot to Alice Morrow. So.
You just go to Ivy's website.
No, there's no picture. That's not a picture of him. Is he? No. He's below. Like it's a timeline on the website. He is like the note below it, but like the note above it is the people in the picture.
You might be right.
Okay. So we also
Sorry, UBC School of Commerce founded in 1950.
50, I believe. I can give you the exact date. We also run an auction of lost and found items to help build the War Memorial Gym. So like we helped. We sold unclaimed lost and found items and used that to help fund the War Memorial Gym.
We should do that.
We also published.
You should do that with Peter. Make us money.
Oh, we'll get to that later. We'll get to lockers later. We've got some history.
It's like how you guys move jackets. It's like Gucci. He's like throwing them.
Alright. So we also published the Ledger magazine for the first time, which is the precursor to the Cavalier. It's got information about options and academic specializations. Alright. So 5 years later, the School of Commerce officially becomes a faculty. We also publish a newsletter, which is the precursor to the CUS Sunday. So in that decade, we started both of our main publications. And also Robert H. Lee graduates these 5 years. So Alex isn't here, but your grandpa graduated.
Yes. Wait, the CUS Sunday used to be called the balance sheet newsletter?
Yeah. CUS Sunday used to be called the balance sheet. CUS Sunday used to be called the balance sheet, and the Cavalier used to be called the ledger. We were clearly accounting students back then.
Fred, was that like ironic though, or were they just?
No, they were fully serious. They were fully serious about it.
Just a side note, don't go to accounting.
All right, so we also get a Canadian senator, a CUS president, D. Ross Fitzpatrick, who ends up owning vineyards in the Okanagan. I think he's still alive, actually. I'm not sure about that. Yeah. So we have a Canadian senator in our illustrious history. We also have this in our illustrious history. We raided the engineering building and we stole their trophies and we painted commerce slogans on their building.
No, it's because like we'll get it. Shut up. Me and Fred Williamson were the only kids in the last 10 years to paint the engineering geek solder stuff. That's how lame we are.
Let's do it. Let's do it tonight.
So,
let's do it right now.
Thursday night. On Wednesday, the engineers fought back. They stole our paintings, they stole our furniture, they stole all our typewriters, and they also threw John MacArthur into a pond. They also threw John MacArthur into a pond. So this was
We have group on our side, don't worry.
yeah. They kind of asked for it. All right. So we move on another couple of years, and the the business review is published for the first time. This is how far back it goes. The CUS also moves to distribute the AMS ran a surplus basically, and the CUS moved to redistribute the AMS's surplus between all the undergraduate societies. So we basically wanted more money. The AMS treasurer threatened to resign in protest. Wow. So if the motion got approved, he resigned, and we got the motion passed. So he resigned. So basically, we ousted an AMS treasurer and stole the AMS's money. In a more confusing note, the CUS allied with the EUS to push the AMS to leave the CUS.
Wait, what?
We allied with the engineers to push the Alma Mater Society to leave the Canadian Union of Students. That was really confusing. That took me like 5 minutes to figure out. But basically, the Canadian Union of Students were a quasi-communist group of student unions from across the country. And we had a giant debate about whether or not we should leave the commies. And this was the 60s. So after the Cold War era, yeah, the organization was essentially.
We have a communist in our midst right now.
You?
Rita.
Wait, what about that? Okay, Fred.
So,
I thought it was really funny.
same year, our glorious president, who got the news like 8 times in 1 year, Peter Uitenbosch, got censured for failing to follow up with his duties and to face the vote of confidence. He passed it and he like kept his position, but he basically got jet-lipped. The same decade, the Points finally got founded. Taylor, you're welcome.
Taylor is literally living history of Points. He's been around for 40 years.
Just can't point.
Uncle Taylor.
All right.
I can't drink it Points.
That's true.
So you might have seen this quote before, but the CUS and the AUS both book a room in the sub, newly constructed, mind you, and we double book it. We start fighting, and the conflict goes public in the UBC. And President Uitenbosch goes on record saying the arts president should take his filthy animals elsewhere to play. They were having a dance party. We were having an exec meeting. So.
Stop.
Yeah.
Okay.
They should take their filthy animals elsewhere.
This is where our reputation started.
PR.
All right. So next decade, people get way too drunk at Points, and the RCMP come in and pop some kids in the drunk tank.
1971.
It's not there.
Is that you, Taylor?
We also we held Points in our hut out behind Rock Hall, but because they were built during the war, they were built with asbestos as insulation, and they got condemned.
Good evening, Miss Alex.
Once every year before Ponderosa got built. Because there were huts there before. And I was here for that. Yeah.
He has seen the huts.
There's still huts over by Totem.
Yeah, there are.
But, okay, so
Taylor,
this
how
is
was the
important.
refund?
1971 to 1980, we held a referendum and we first established our student fee before we were running everything like a business. So now we have recurring income. Yeah. So $2 per year. That's the vote total. A grand total of 264 students voted in favor of what would eventually snowball into $256 of student fees.
What was that back then though? Like relative?
I don't know.
Would it be like $10 maybe?
Something like that, yeah. I don't know the purchasing power in 1980.
Yeah.
But yeah, it was $2. All right. So we sent some students to Montreal on behalf of the AMS to represent the students at a conference. and we got stranded there because the AMS voted down any motion to reimburse them for their travel expenses. So they couldn't afford a plane ticket back from Montreal, and they were stranded there for like a couple weeks. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Did you like take a Greyhound or something?
We also lost in the student court, and we got fined $53.36. And the reason I said lockers is because this was over lockers. Our locker guy straight up cut every single lock. He cut every single lock without warning. I don't know, because he was angry. I don't know. So then we got fined, and we got student court, lost, and got fined. Solid plan.
Wait, interrupting everyone. Tyler has to leave at 11, so would you guys like to do the gift exchange now?
Yeah, after Fred's done.
Okay, is Fred almost?
Well, we're in the 90s already.
Okay.
Okay.
90s already. Freaking 81 or 90s.
So, 1990s, the decade of fees. Fees go from $2 to $6, $6 to $16, and $16 to $266. Yay, Irfan Raji! So we just got a shit ton of money that decade. Next decade, CUS Board, me and CUS Board, Bill Sauter makes a gigantic $20 million donation.
20 million?
Yeah.
I did not know it was that much.
What's 20 million?
Bill Sauter donated $20 million to UBC and the faculty, and we got a building named after him. CUS President Jeff Potter created JDC West in 2005, I believe. Laura Sylvester spearheads the creation of the Board of Directors. That's all of you. And also the move for a building fee, which got passed. Laura Sylvester was a beast. I think she works at
coffee with her. She's still
Yeah, she works at Lululemon now. She's in Vancouver. You want to talk to her? All right. So 2011 to 2015, Rush dies. The Henry Yankee building.
I was there.
You were there.
You made history.
So our building gets renovated. Phase 2 is completed. Building fees start getting charged. We sent the school a strongly worded letter. Wink, wink. The Commerce Student Center is conceptualized, and it dies just as quickly as it came. So.
Hey, we still have the documents though.
Yeah, I have it. Yeah.
We don't have a place where we can build it.
Actually, we do have a place where we can build them. There are 3 sites.
arms. I just want to Photoshop flags.
Actually, back to the Commerce Student Center. For the people who might be here for the next 4 years, this might be interesting. Basically, we wanted to build a Commerce Student Center, a building for ourselves. Per student, we have one of the least amount of spaces on campus of any faculty. The engineers have their own building. Arts has quite a bit of space, and they're planning to build their own. Science is Abdullah. We have nothing besides the student lounge, basically.
Yeah, we have a whole building to ourselves.
And so what we wanted to do was to build our own building. There were 3 sites located. One was next to the math building, between LSK, math, the math annex, and I think that's the geography building. The other one was out back, that parking lot that's now fenced off and being used as a welding site.
Yeah.
And the third one, which is still feasible, is that green space out back. You know where you normally park, Vanessa? That green space, that green island that separates Sauter, like that parking lot, from the path behind it. That green space was also proposed to be used as a site for the Commerce Student Center. So that might be something that'll come up in the next 4 years if you're interested.
I was on the committee when I was in second year. On the board in second year, I remember that was huge.
Yeah.
When you switched deans, the new dean happened.
The new, you didn't want it.
Let's get a new gym.
So
like there was
gonna be a gym in there. There was gonna be a gym in there.
There was gonna be a slide in there.
When we get a gym, that's okay.
Yeah.
So
So
next CUS team.
So this is where we are now. Taylor's eyes are closed. Allison's eyes are closed. Jen's eyes are closed. Rita's looking the wrong way. Rick looks like a tool. And just as kind of an appendix, this is a in progress list of every CUS president. Of course, I don't have like records for vice presidents, third-year reps, first-year reps. Sorry, they were called third-year and first-year presidents back then. You were your own presidents. And roles have changed, but the president role hasn't. So this is one thing that's remained constant.
Was Michael Ryan the chairman?
Yes,
of the
that's-
Stock Exchange when it got shut down due to sketchy insider.
Maybe. I think he's also the Leaf Wheeler guy, so, and the PMF guy. So, also we've got, who do we have here, actually?
Dude, Michael Iannacone, is that great?
Yeah, that's Greg Iannacone's dad.
Oh, that's cool.
We've got Peter Uitenbosch. Don Turry is the managing director of Chroma Kai Kelowna. He's still alive. Favorite name, Mike D. Andruff. The guy's name was Mike Dandruff.
That's funny.
That's funny.
Yeah, that's a bunch of people here, and the next decade.
Oh.
Obviously, a lot more information was available. This is your current position, please. Yeah, so.
I know Spencer Rocky. He's in Calgary now.
This is pretty much everybody I could track down on LinkedIn and talk about their work experience. We had a guy who was the former CEO of the chicken farmers of Ontario, so that was.
John works at Grain now, just so you know.
Everyone's like looking for the connection.
He has that.
Look at Justin, he's all that.
Wait, Sean Bain, right?
Yeah.
Sean Bain.
Oh, yeah, never mind.
Yeah,
Everyone just loved it.
Oh,
Really?
there's a brand that I drive.
Yep. So we have a huge alumni network. People have been serving this organization since the 40s, since it started. And there's a lot of history here, and that's one of the challenges when you have a student organization. Things turn over year, and we forget where we came from. We forget who ran last year. We forget who ran the year before that. If you talk to some students, I guarantee you they don't even know who was president last year.
No.
Nilafar Kashmiri.
So, as people who are involved and engaged in this long-standing organization, I think we have a duty to remember where we came from and to try and serve that goal.
Thanks for your work.
All right.
We should make this like a yearly thing.
Wait, can we
Next year,
appoint Fred the
we can-
historian?
Yeah, we should.
Like, I'd actually motion for that, like, straight up.
Do it right now.
Can I motion to make Fred the historian? If you want, Fred. Okay, can I motion to make Fred, like, also, like, the role of historian or something? Like just as, like, a, like, as a, as, like, an
The internal
ancillary
should
role.
be a historian. Next year, I feel like this should be continued.
I think it's cool, like,
It's really
like,
cool.
it could be, like, an ancillary role. Yeah, I think it's
second
cool.
chair? I second.
Yeah,
Okay,
to have an
okay,
honorary
let's do
role.
Secret
So,
Santa, 'cause some people have to
oh, yeah.
So I guess, how do we do this?
Find your president. You should have a name on it.
Okay.
No, let's get one person.
No, I didn't put it.
No, how about just like one person at a time to start on with Tyler?
Oh, yeah.
Let's make this
Am I
more organized.
giving?
Does anyone know how to do this?
Okay, so Tyler, you go up and then you try guessing who you think actually Secret Santa, and then the person like, oh, it was me, bro. Whoa!
This is an accurate representation of all of Brooke's real life interactions.
Do I guess before or after opening it though?
Find your present first. Don't be a dumbass. You probably really are. I don't know.
Oh, shit!
I am so sorry, whoever this is.
Did it break?
Yeah, I am so sorry.
So now Angela gives to Taylor. Well, it looks so fucking
I'm sorry.
Oh, actually, the way you're supposed to do it is realize, if you got it in for someone, you hold it up.
So, can the person that got it give him a gift? It was me, so.
Oh my god, I haven't called that.
Open it.
Bro, that's like a chambray scarf.
And
there
yeah.
Dude, try
Oh my
one.
God! Try one.
Let me set is hilarious. Yeah.
That's actually you. Now look it up.
Thank you, Rita.
No, this isn't me. I'm just gonna
Rita.
appreciate it. Happy Hanukkah. Open it and try and guess. Open it and try and guess.
That's cute.
No, I feel so bad.
You can't give something that I got.
Well, but
shit.
There's not a what?
Not correct. Do you remember
Okay.
Thank you, Rita.
Jan's opening hers.
Stand up. Japan, who got you?
What do you think?
It's a picture.
Wait, what?
Who Sam's into
Yo, Ben, can you shut the hell up?
Jan, what do you think of this? Madam, was it you?
Not that creative, bro.
Who was it?
Who was it? Yourself. Who was
Who got your family picture?
I was long.
Ryan, was you?
Who got your family picture?
Oh, was it Alex? He's not here. Oh, probably.
That's totally
Okay, you guys don't
Grace.
forget.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, that's just a straight up present. Sorry, that's not Secret Santa.
Oh, what?
You can guess who it is.
Wait, what?
Okay, guess who got you a present?
Present.
Yes.
Guys.
Bye.
Wait, did I get a present?
I'm giving you some more.
I want everyone to see you.
Okay, wait. Grace is opening her present that Jen got her. Jen, you're so sweet.
Alright.
Oh! She's so cute. It's really cute. We gotta show that to Alex and Peter.
Mark got you top.
Yeah.
I got
Do you like it? Guys, Rita's opening her gift.
It's okay.
Ben, shut the fuck up.
No, I'm right. Guys, watch Rita.
There's alcohol.
No, that's illegal.
You can't go no points, Rita.
Are those shots? Wait, what is that?
There's eyeliner.
Wait, what?
Eyeliners.
Is it a girl?
Well,
Wait,
the writing is nice. So I'm pretty sure it's a girl.
Guess.
That's pretty nice.
I feel like it's Debbie. Is it Debbie?
Debbie's
Oh!
Okay, Debbie, that's
Oh, okay, wait. Keep. Yeah. So, because Alex isn't here, we got Adrian a gift too.
Oh. I did.
Okay.
Wait, so was it Debbie?
Yeah.
Oh, look at her.
Oh, it was really
Rita,
random.
help Debbie get in front of him.
I'll ignore my great phone.
Adrian, you look sexy.
No. I don't want to hear my water squirt.
Daphne.
Okay, so open this, Adrian. Let's open this.
Okay. Chocolate?
Cookies. Chocolate for a chocolate man.
Oh.
Chocolate for chocolate, man.
And then once you go brown, you never turn back.
Thank you guys. Give it to me. Just read it?
Well, because we realized we. Well, the
Me, myself, and I.
executives.
Me, myself, and I.
She's Russian, don't trust her. There's some shady shit. Don't eat the chocolate.
Basically, Rita and I were going to Walmart yesterday, and we're like, oh, fuck.
Did someone get someone's shoes? No, I took a cue.
I was like, what is that? Oh, it's here.
Okay, that's Rupee Cookie.
Rupee Poopy!
Oh.
Oh.
Oh, shoes? It's not shoes. Okay.
It's not gonna be shoes.
Well, I guess it's Ryan now. Yeah, because someone gave it away. It ruined the whole surprise. There you go, Ryan.
We got surprised. He did the bro thing.
Bro, oh my god, it's like a shoebox. Oh, it's gonna be like sparrows or something.
Oh!
I can't even open this. Oh, there's nothing. Remove myself from your clutches.
Oh, it's like trying to
Slowly suffocating.
Another night.
Oh, fuck, no.
You stapled this shit.
You didn't work for it.
What the fuck? Is it the book? It is.
He got
Ryan, you're a fucking legend, dude.
Were you trying to scare him that you didn't get the book?
KP?
I thought I wasn't gonna get the book.
KP, open first. KP, open second.
Have Ryan later. Somebody grab this and A4 paper. I
think I recognize that writing.
Hey.
Yo, someone should just go on KPB.
Just chill. Are we on live stream still?
Yeah.
Dude, that was a really smart comment. Everyone laughed.
Is that a tissue box?
Was it Taylor? He wrapped it. First Taylor wrapped it in paper, and then it's in a tissue box. Oh my god, Taylor!
What is it?
Take it out!
What's up?
Take it out!
What is it?
What is it?
Water, everyone live stream.
Oh my god, Taylor! This is a terrible You wrapped it in paper and tissue box. No, so many fish.
Yo, it's Smirnoff and chill.
Absence is key, guys. That's the only reason me and Ben have never gone friends.
So you can get your book that you want.
Dude, that Mickey's 15.
Taylor doesn't have these guys.
Bro.
He's drunk.
He's drunk.
Lisa!
It's a dog.
I'll take a moment to appreciate how festive she is.
Wait, did a guy buy this gift or did a girl? Lisa, yes.
The
What
body
is it?
shop.
Did a guy or a girl have it?
It's a guy.
A girl.
It's a guy.
I put my money
Yes,
on a guy.
yes.
What was it?
Guess who it is? So he felt like it. It just felt like it. Yeah.
Yeah, she feels so nice.
It's like and like.
Where did you go?
Yeah. I don't think I was in the Secret Santa.
You weren't.
Oh. Thanks.
You look excited, thanks, bro.
Thanks.
Wait, is it a girl or a guy?
Oh, everyone's getting it. Usually you're a guy.
Wow, guys can't be like clean and pretty and shit. Sexism. Hey, so I didn't do my hair today, so just chill.
Yeah, those roots are growing out.
I gotta get every guy.
Whoa.
Are they,
It's not us. I swear to God, it's not us. Who did that? Who did it?
No. Are you sure that's not the right?
Whoever has it,
That's really pretty. That's really nice.
It is nice
Yeah.
Wait, can I keep
Yeah.
Oh,
It's your gift is here. Open your gift.
This is like when you come back to pick up your
Why is there so much so many paintings?
There's so much time, it's exam season.
I procrastinate.
Another one.
Oh, and another one.
Another bag, then like another one.
If it's just like a bag of glitter, just play yourself.
No that, I get that. No that. Is it like underwear? That's what Dougie and Rose.
Oh, is this a bra? Are those like
President Evelyn.
I feel like I know.
Who did it? Who do you think did it? No! Rude!
I feel like Justin might have. You seem like a thought. Wait, no, who painted this?
This is a
No, you bought it! You bought it!
Okay, I painted them. Okay.
You seem
For like 10 years now.
Dude, it's sick, yeah.
Okay, it has to be too bad.
Oh.
I want to bring up something. Daphne made a snarky little comment about there being a guy for one reason in particular. The rapping.
Yeah, the wrapping. That's so
Apologize to Jabad now.
Wait, Jubette, is that actually your painting?
Oh, yeah.
I was like, yo, what the fuck? I was like, that shit.
Holy crap!
Man, you're really good.
Yeah, that rocks you, man. You rap like a guy, you paint like a
Painter.
which is probably
Yeah, you rap like a guy. Oh my god, you rap like a guy!
Wait, where'd you get that? That's sick.
Okay, who's next?
Justin!
Oh,
There's no surprise
This
there.
is such a legit.
There's no surprise on the tag. It says to and from on the tag.
Yeah, you're ruining it.
Did you get another customized mug?
I have to say that's the best.
that is actually pretty coolly wrapped. I like mine wrapped
Check
on
it.
paper, duct tape.
Check it.
Yeah, that's
Where did you get your rapping?
what did we give it to you?
Sorry.
Yo, just someone guess who's that is. Artist job, it's not.
No, I'm not. That's not. What? That's not anything. If I was white and wearing just a lifeguard shirt, you can come along.
My head's so
I totally would.
I feel like this
I don't
is
even wear that. I don't know how to swim.
Oh, what is that?
Wait, that's what's
If you take it, I go.
If you
I
take
don't know about you.
Fine, dude.
well, in that case.
Look at happy girl.
This one has to be girl.
It's gonna be one of you guys.
So many of them.
You would not believe what the ladies in that store. I'm like, no, here's me.
I go into the store asking for like a pen. I was like, I'm looking for some sort of pen, and like the brand was like Stila or something. I was like, I need a stylus.
If you want to walk with your guitar, I have a good reason.
That was so cute.
Ben, you fucking killed it.
Allison, I don't think you should even use it, because like, it's so much sexual.
Oh my god, yes,
Okay, Daphne's now.
It's definitely not.
You said you really care about the rock.
It's probably
Maybe
just the
because
boyfriend.
I have a birthday.
Yes, right in your paper. Okay.
I can't preserve for that.
Oh, wow.
New paper.
This is wrapped so well. It's tiny, so I don't need it. It doesn't really narrow. Whoa, this is, yeah, it's definitely a book. I don't want yeah, at first I guess it was a guy, because there's like.
You just on my bag.
And then it's Chinese, and then someone really meticulous. It's what the heck is that? Look at like this. It's actually a gift card.
How would you play?
Amazon gift card, get your phone. At least she's opening it properly. I feel like.
No, this last week. There's one more, I swear to God. There's another.
There is another.
Oh my God.
Max,
How long did this take you, Glenn?
Has been laughing.
I just want to say there's plastic bag, and then it goes to the red. And I was like, God, it's like
And it's so tightly done too.
yeah, Jesus Christ. I bet you when he was doing the jump, you'd get Daphne so good.
He's like doing each
That was
layer.
dinner.
There's actually nothing inside it at all.
Jeez.
It's actually just rounding. There's nothing inside.
I might send this to Steve.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I know.
Yay!
It's over!
Yay! Oh!
It's over!
So cute. Oh, so cute, guys.
The rest of these, is this even a present?
I will let we open it and the person guesses it before.
This one? Is this, okay, Debbie, you open it and see if it's yours. And then if it's not yours, then.
I'm gonna tell them it's mine.
Yo, thank
Is it for Debbie?
Who's
For Debbie? Oh, is it for me though?
Well, then
Well,
the
then
person. It's for you, you're not saying anything. That's who it's from.
Yeah,
But you're right,
just
you're
guess
right.
it, and if you're wrong, you're just guessing someone else's gift. Give her.
With me.
Wait, who? Lisa. Me, Debbie. Oh, yeah? Oh, it was me.
Vanessa.
Yay. Excuse me, Grumpy.
I got you, Vanessa.
Also,
I
that's
only 10 minutes.
This is so like.
So yeah, it's only 10 minutes. It's a rectangle, it's really easy to wrap.
Yes!
I got my makeup. Ben, was this you? Who got me this?
Wait,
It was Justin.
wait, who hasn't
Justin,
got
was it
their
you?
present yet? No. Wait, raise your hand if you haven't got your present yet.
Wait,
Is it just a sport?
I know you didn't get a present, Angela.
no, Angela had Taylor, but Taylor's present.
Might have been Tanaka.
Oh.
No,
No, it didn't. It was you! Oh!
That thing was a
For
Shit.
You're the second guy.
For Usher.
I
For Usher, and I don't want to touch this because right now, you know when you touch it.
Michael?
It's for Usher.
Oh, I know who this
Wait. Oh.
You're like, is it full? Melted ice cube.
What is this?
It's Netflix. It's called the Netflix party ice.
What?
So
Oh my god. What's a Netflix?
So I just Netflix for like 4 months or some shit? No,
Was it?
Who gave that? That's awesome. That's
Yeah,
sick.
we
I don't wanna- I don't wanna
ice
get
cream.
You're so creative.
Who would be?
KP, bro.
It's KB.
Yeah.
Hey,
Literally got a
They lost.
But Justin, you got your day.
You took a box. Yeah.
Did you see it?
So it's.
How long is this gonna go on for? I want my
Cute.
I want my chill.
Wait, does that be my favorite color too?
Oh.
Mine too. Not anymore.
Okay, Sass.
How do you leave?
It was Justin. It had to be Justin, right? Is it Justin?
No,
Who's left?
Wait, who's left? Michael, Bruce, Justin. Alex.
She got it yesterday.
You got it yesterday.
You got it yesterday.
How about you open?
That was so funny.
There we go. That's how you open it. Nice.
Yeah, okay.
Let's smell.
With shoes.
What?
And what do you do with that?
Not sure.
Is it like a bottle of wine?
We just take care of education.
Right?
Greatest
Tell me
gift
it's a
of
girl.
all.
Or could be your sister.
Or, you know, take your mom's dog.
Hey, Jackie.
This is the one.
This is
Where's she gonna be? Oh, the pajamas? That's it.
Grace, are you documenting our Secret Santa?
Is it tampons?
No.
That's how tampon bags look.
Oh, they are funny.
I was like, whoa, that's
Wait, who do you think
really
you did
weird. Put it in ice.
Is it anyone here?
Taylor's
gonna show up.
Is it Tyler?
I'm sick. I just like want to go.
No,
Do you know what it is yet?
Well, it might have been Alex. He didn't leave, so
But Alex had you back.
Whoa, that was like.
That's actually really cute though.
I think a guy gave this is my favorite. Rue, was it you? I think a guy gave this.
What if Rube got?
I'm gonna brag.
No comments here.
What?
Was that yours?
No.
Oh!
I didn't get it.
Dude, I really hope a guy bought this. Yeah, but it was Ben. Just look it up.
Chose Justin. You wanted to see
Was it
that.
Justin? Yeah, it was like inroad
That was
jokes.
really. Who says that?
Wait, who got Jen?
Dude, I'm shocked.
What?
Hey,
Oh, actually, I bought this. You
Tyler?
actually left.
No, I'm not. I walked past.
I go there, make it fun.
I think it's not good squid.
Yeah.
Does anyone know? Wait, who? Somebody's secret. Who got Jen?
Be secretive.
Yes. Then you won. Jen is fun. Oh,
Yeah.
thank you.
I didn't get anyone.
Hug in the chest.
So cute.
When my
Hey, dumbbell. You're gonna start lifting, bro.
It's like dumbbells.
2 pounds.
Oh my god. From
Boys go.
That's actually a good score.
Yeah.
Woo! Thank you very. I posted this yesterday. It's on your investor.
You're dumb. You're dumb. Hey, all I need is Canadian couch potato.
What is that?
Oh, look, I'm so happy.
I actually have a hold on this book. I have to give it away tomorrow on Monday. I haven't finished reading it. Great. Thank you.
Got it. Okay, the story is,
that you?
I got something for you from voicemail, and then you posted that.
And then you
I got
returned
another
it?
one.
Oh, sweet. Thank you.
Oh my god. So cute.
What's this scarf?
Benjamin.
Oh, yo.
Benjamin.
Stars action figure. Oh, that's sick. Michael, I guess.
I wasn't reading.
I don't know who's left. Justin?
Yo!
Guys, I don't think I ever told Justin this, but Chewbacca's like my favorite character. We actually got this. Like, that's so oh, shit. I'm probably gonna sleep with this thing. Oh my god.
It looks so I'm just gonna assume this is mine because it's Marvel. I have no idea.
I don't know.
I don't know why you're staring at me.
It's either Roop or Roop. It's Roop.
We're gonna try wrapping
Dude, it's the Force Awakens.
It's fine, I like that better. It's alright, thanks. Stress up!
Not from me. It's from Tyler. Wait, is it really? Yeah.
Wow.
Shit, it wasn't the dark. I'm gonna put this next question on your button.
Okay, is there any lucky matches? Is there any lucky? Where's Roop's gift? Oh wait, we've got a gift. Are all the gifts distributed?
Yep.
Nice. Yay!
Yay! Merry
We're taking
Christmas.
group photo with our pictures. Mason, that photograph? Yeah,
Justin,
she's
this is
so
actually so
Let's
sick.
go over there, take a photo. Me too.
I know. You have to be real bearded. Oh my god.
Dude, why did you find it?
White one, no, I wanted it. Okay. I just literally give him a list. Wait, I actually slide there.
I
wasn't expecting the book.
I wasn't expecting anyone to get books, because books are so hard to buy. I love books. Okay.
Yo, bro, everybody.
Are you looking at this bag?
Should I hold the box or the thing inside?
No.
Scared for that shit rap.
Let's go. Hugging.
That
The meeting's not done.
You should take it all out. Michael, Dennis, you got some food in the photo?
No, that's all.
Okay, you're gonna have to slide over.
Already slide. Let's ride.
So I don't know what to do at this point. Oh, yeah.
Anything more light?
Wait, oh look, it's still light.
Yes, that is. Wait, hold on. I need to show my
Let's go, guys, come on, I'm dying here.
Hi, Jack.
Good. Okay, 1, 2, 3. Okay, I'm storing it. Okay, good. Yay.
Quickly, oh my, I'm gonna die.
1, 2, 3. Okay, cute. Yay!
Thank you.
Okay, meeting is back in order.
Meeting back in order.
Real quick.
We never declared a recess.
This was a recess. Okay.
Why didn't we do all that before?
Because Tyler was like, last motion on the table was, oh shit, Ben. Last motion was the historian thing. Yeah. We still, it got seconded, we need to vote.
Whoa, Santa's getting frisky.
Woo!
Whoa.
Okay.
So.
Board of privilege of getting water.
White
privilege? Board of privilege. Wait, Taylor.
Oh, wow.
Fred, I'm gonna keep all this and give it to you.
Do it. That really doesn't take that long.
Seven papers.
It doesn't take that long.
I dumped the plastic parts.
Huh?
I dumped the plastic parts and I'm gonna keep it.
Books are easy to wrap, they're rectangles.
I'm so bad at wrapping.
Right, it's not really, you know, what I was doing.
I knew that your gift would be well wrapped, but I didn't know it was gonna be perfect.
Okay, so, I think people are getting water right now. But do you guys want to discuss PPCC first, since it's still kind of low?
We still have a motion on the table that got seconded.
I can motivate it.
Motion to make DP internal also a DP historian.
Well, I can motivate the role. Like, I was just thinking, like, it'd be cool to have like an honorary historian role. And we could even stipulate that it doesn't necessarily have to be year over year. Like, it could just be like, because like I think it's really cool that you're into it and like you went all this effort. I don't know. Yeah, I'd be down to just have like an honorary role this year and then go forward from there next year and see if someone wants to do it.
I like that.
Yeah.
I think there should be like, someone should take on the role of historian year after year, because like the presentation day was awesome.
Yeah, that was a lot out of that.
great
Like, I thought it was kind of cool.
Yeah, it
So.
just kind of like reminds us like why we are here and like.
Why are we here, Vanessa?
Because of what's the thing?
LSA tomorrow.
Because of huts.
Because of Mara.
Because of Abesto huts. So I guess it's moved by Ben. Seconded by Vanessa. All those who approve in Fred being CUS historian, raise your hand and say yay if you approve. Yay! If you oppose, say nay. Fred's like nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, Fred is now honorary position historian. Woo! Woo!
Okay.
Also, we're still on live stream.
Yeah.
Okay, moving on from CUS history, we have the policy committee meeting presentation, which would
Taylor, policy committee.
Policy
Yeah.
committee.
Just give me a second. I emailed you guys out like the summary of the things you wanted to change. So if you open the doc up, then we can go through it one by one and just like vote to basically make the changes or discuss them. I don't, maybe. I don't know if I did it. What was it? Probably not. Okay, so policy committee. Okay, so ignore the actual minutes part of this because, like, of the document, just because I can't multitask and read a meeting and take minutes at the same time, so it ended up like getting fairly shitty.
Yeah, I'll do it next time.
But so the first one was for the use of external information during hiring. Basically, during hiring, basically what we wanted to do was allow people doing hiring to make use of external information, but it was first-hand information because that would play into it in real life, as well as use, like, if the HR commission or HR director decides to keep like official records of stuff that's gone on in CUS, that as well, and also just put in there that like you can ask for references. Just because like, we always could have asked for references, it's just never mentioned in the policy. So if everyone opens the doc and just takes read through the proposed wording, we can vote on it.
We're voting on the first one, on A, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So should I have a mover?
I'll just okay. So the motion will be it resolved that the Board of Directors adopt point A, external information amendments to the code of procedures as recommended by policy committee. Something to that effect.
Okay. So it.
I can't move it.
Yeah, I need a mover for that.
Moved by Debbie.
Moved by Debbie. Are you moving that? Debbie, do you know what we're talking about? Okay. Moved by Vanessa, seconded by Ryan. All those who approve of this motion, raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All those who oppose, raise your hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the amendment, I guess, has been approved for external information.
So point B had to do with the composition of hiring committees, and for this it was the fact that the board is in there and can basically serve in the equity rep position, but we thought that like the board of directors maybe isn't trained to serve in the equity rep position on the hiring committee. You guys gave me weird looks. But basically what we wanted to do is, because it can we just wanted to change the wording so that it would say that exec can still do that because they're often have more of an idea as to what is going on and what should be needed for an equity rep, and then we made it so that as a last resort, it's for whichever one's allowed the board to be part of the hiring committee. So it's
because like board hires execs.
Board hires execs. No, that's different. There's like a special hiring committee for it. So this is just like for service council committee hiring and service council hiring.
You basically make one now.
Yeah, it's basically like just changing it to formalize in there that board should be the last resort for using as.
I know we just like moved the last thing, but I just realized, I just noticed right now, for the last policy was 7.14D.
Yeah.
You left out ombudsperson. Like, should we include ombudsperson there? So just in case, like, because I know you read other CUS body, but you should probably officially write ombudsperson.
Do we want to be able to use information from the ombudsperson because it's supposed to be confidential?
That's true.
But if it's confidential, then wouldn't it be to the ombudsperson in the first place?
But like, I wouldn't want to give it.
Yeah.
If they because they would come to me expecting that not to get out.
Oh, because you aren't supposed to have like a
Because I'm not
right?
supposed to be by.
Oh, okay. Okay, fine. Just want to clarify. Okay. Anyways.
Yeah. So if anyone wants to take a read through that, propose any changes to it, or
Just a quick to point out anything. I think 7.14C.3.
Yeah.
Talking about businesses using the word onerous or annoying.
Yeah.
I just feel like the wording is instead of just saying annoying in the code of procedure, you can see it as onerous.
owners, okay, we can do that.
I just have a good question, like, so for all hiring, we're basically saying like, the board members don't have priority. I feel like the ghost of past board is starting to like be like, hey, like, we don't want future boards to like not have a say.
What? No, like boards still have to say, they can still overrule it, it's just, you know how.
Oh, it's just the operation.
Yeah, you know when there's hiring,
Yeah.
it's like, it has to be a certain number of execs.
Oh, right,
Plus
yeah,
either like an HR director, an HR rep, an OMS person, or a member of the board of directors. And we're basically just saying, the member of the board of directors should be the last choice for that.
Like you could have the.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Okay, so any other questions? Okay, motion to approve section B of this document, composition of hiring committees as proposed in the proposed wording. All those who approve this motion, oh, wait, sorry, I need a mover and a seconder. Moved by Ben, seconded by Debbie. All those who approve, raise your hand and say aye. All those who don't approve, raise your hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, this amendment has been approved. And moving on to section C, approval of non-execs for non-starter candidates.
There's no proposal for this one. So part D is the next one where there will be something to vote on, and it's internal hiring and promotions. So basically what this was is there have been several situations where it makes sense to, instead of having to go through the whole hiring process again when some positions left vacant, it might make more sense to promote someone from another position. So basically what we did was we broke it down in terms of for the various different levels in the CUS and like who would be acceptable to be promoted into a position, who would have to approve it, and then sort of like a check on it, like as to who could potentially overrule this decision. Important thing to note about all of these is that it's like when you promote someone, the individual that you promote basically has to agree to be promoted. You can't just promote somebody like and also you always have the option to reopen hiring instead of promoting. So promoting.
How about somebody wants to see the negative?
What?
Also wants to see something negative.
Say something negative, but what?
About the person that's doing the interview.
Not interview. We're talking about promotion.
Oh, promotion. I'm sorry.
So this was kind of like the example of how when we didn't have a VP marketing, it took us months
Got it.
to get
Got
a
it.
good one where we could have just easily promoted Jen,
Got it.
but we couldn't.
Shout out to Jen.
Okay.
So I believe from what I remember from the conversation policy committee is that it would be like at the AVP level for exec, like AVP would be able to be promoted.
Yeah. So AVP would be eligible to be promoted to exec. No one's eligible to be promoted to an AVP position just because there's not really like a logical subordinate position that flows well into it. Service council chairs, it could be anyone on the service council committee, unlike their service council committee. And this would,
Like fundraisers review too.
and then promotion to fill a service council committee position. What I put in here is like only lower level members of the relevant service council committee will be eligible for promotion to that position. And basically what I mean by lower level is like the aviators, for instance. So it's got to be someone that's like on the service council committee, but some of the service council committees have sort of a hierarchy in there as well.
Did you put a certain time frame, like if it's after, say, because like say if it's like if someone decides to step down in September, it's easier to just like coach someone in September versus if it was like in the middle of the year. So do you think it's worth putting like a time frame where you're allowed to do promotions? Like
I just put that it's like at the discretion of.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
So like you can always
As
do,
long as it's not like a permanent, like, oh, it has to be this way.
no, it doesn't.
They get the optional.
And then also what's in there is, so for promotion to an exec, it's got to be approved by basically the executive hiring committee of the board. Promotion to service council chair has to be approved by the exec council. And then promotion to fill the service council committee position, it just has to be approved by the exec, who, like, the service council committee.
Okay. So, yeah. I thought you wanted to say something.
So like, what was the argument? Because I'm just curious, like, so they can be promoted, right?
Yeah.
So what would be the argument versus just like a quick hiring process? Like, 'cause for example, like, I think the idea of it is like, a lot of times when we're looking for like a PPF marketing or something, it's like the ABPM or whatever would be like the logical choice. But I think like, what's the argument against like just still having like a quick, equitable hiring process in case there is someone out there who might be like more qualified?
I think the argument for it was that if there was someone really more qualified, they probably would have applied this time around. And then also, we can't really, the way we have to, it's not really possible to do it. That was more the consideration.
Okay, but they still have the option, I guess.
Yeah, they still have an option.
So like, if
It's more
someone
like
came
a-
and said like, I'm a superstar, I want to do this, then they could be like, okay, well, we'll do a hiring process.
Yeah.
Does anyone else have any like thing to say about this?
I'm just wondering, like, if it should be let known to the public that there is an open spot, though. Like, and I'm just thinking back, I'm like, oh, like if no one knew that there was a VP marketing position that was open, for example,
Yeah.
would that kind of shut people out from like, oh, well, I didn't know I was open, or?
The idea would be that we had someone in the, using the VP marketing again, because that's the real example. Like, we had this person in the VP of marketing position. Someone left, and now as an organization, we need to fill it as quickly as possible. So why don't we promote the logical person to do it? That was
like,
more.
yeah, this is like a convenience thing.
Yeah.
Then why don't we, I guess, like, promote them as an intern, and then open it if you other people.
So then when we like promote them as an intern, but then aren't you gonna get people who are gonna be like, oh, it's not fair, it was decided already because like they were already in this position.
But I don't think that should be, they're technically the most qualified person if they've been the ABPM.
Not always, but yeah.
But a lot of
But Tate's logic is again where you would apply for the VP marketing role prior. Well.
I will say, like, as a general comment, I know what you're getting at. Like, it is a little flawed to be like, they're the most qualified. Because, like, that might be true in 90% of cases, but, like, the 10% is, like, what gets tricky, right? And a lot of times there are people who, like, may not have applied the first time. And, like, for example, their circumstances change. It happens all the time. People have, like, commitments they drop, jobs they drop.
True, but an exec role, you need somebody to come in right away and start getting things done. We're lucky we had a VLAW that could be there.
Yeah, I guess if the
But-
only purpose is
so,
to
like-
expedite the process, then that makes sense.
I think there's just examples that we were using with VP marketing was one of those that's probably like ones that like if there's no VP marketing, he's like over if like there's a few Sunday and stuff. But what about
Because there's other things like service council chair position, associate VP position.
But it's like
The good thing-
it's the same thing though, but like imagine like the points director like quits, right? Like I'm using points because it's something where they have events frequently or for like a conference if someone drops out. It's like you need someone in there doing the role as quickly as possible. Like this gives you the option.
Because training is like.
Yeah, and like this gives you the option if it is a position where there's time to reopen hiring and stuff like that, that hiring can be reopened for it. It just also gives the option to promote.
Yeah. I guess just that it is an option, but like it like again like say if the exec team that year like doesn't think that AVP is qualified, they can always open it, right?
Do the other board members have any thoughts about this? No?
Yeah, I think just building on this, we just need to be careful of that, not to be stingy about it. I mean,
Yeah.
I know this is like a good idea in general. It's just that in those odd cases, we could have someone be like, oh, they got promoted, there was no equitable hiring practice. The CUS is like inequitable, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, if you really want to follow like the strict rule of the law, like, you know, we're open to all the students and stuff, this policy technically contradicts that.
I think also another argument
Even though
that raffle brought up was that in real life companies people get promoted.
Oh, yeah, internal hiring.
Yeah.
We're just a bit different in the sense that like we
Yeah.
have constituents.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Well, I know we're not a real company, but it also like when someone like in a government when someone leaves, like people get promoted too, right? It's not like especially because we have hired positions, it's not all elected positions. Like we couldn't appoint someone to be like or like promote someone to be a board member.
Yeah.
Right? So it's I don't know, personally I think it makes sense just for the expediency.
Yeah, cool.
Kind of thing.
Yeah, no, you guys convinced me for sure.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I feel like they might complain about the equity either way. Even if we open up hiring, they might say you already had a person in mind who you know is a better candidate. So they'll say that is unfair in the first place. And even if there is someone better, they will say.
Do we have
We
any-
completely understand that.
Do we have any complaints during when we were hiring for when we were hiring Jeremy for VP marketing? Did anybody complain to say?
Not that I heard.
Did you want to say something before we wrap this up?
But I think like following what Ryan said, like having a hiring process put in place open to other constituents might be good as well, just because I think like even though they still have the opportunity to complain, it's like, well, we gave you like the chance of applying, and like based on what we saw, we still believe the best candidate was to be, you know, this person, given their experience and given whatever, right? So like I feel like that mitigates the level of complaints.
Do you guys want to, does anyone else have anything to say about this?
So like how does this work like in general? Like, oh, someone left and then be like, okay, we have another person.
So if Alex decides to quit today, I would promote you.
And
If
so
you
then
wanted
instead of
to
opening it up,
be engagement.
so an asking person said yes, then open it up. But what if another guy came in and said like, oh, I would like to.
That's what I was thinking, like, do they intend?
Like what would you do in that, like what would you do in that case?
I don't see why you need to announce the position is open. Like we announced the position is open when we hired people for it, right, initially, and you could have applied then. You had your chance. You can apply next time around. But now it's someone left, and we need to fill it
right away.
It's just that it seems like it makes the most sense because we're like.
No, it just makes sense. I'm just
Like,
wondering
yeah,
like
we're in
what
the term.
outside people would like what's happening.
Then I guess it's like an outside person comes and they're like, oh, I like this position. It's like, well, you're welcome to apply whenever. Like, if we're not doing hiring for this because we need to fill it right away. And fair enough, yeah.
Last call for like, oh, sorry. Wait, sorry. Last call is gonna be Justin, Ryan, Catherine, Juwan. And then we're gonna end it because we should move on. So, Justin.
So I think what actual companies do is that they first look into internal to see if AVP she or he fits the job, and then if not, then they'll resort to outside hiring. So I guess we can specify that. So we first look internal and then we look external. That'd be okay.
But I would, the way it's set up now is just you have the option to do either. So like we're not specifying you have to promote somebody, you have to look to promote someone first. It's just like if you want to. Like I'd personally be more comfortable leaving more flexibility.
I think that works too.
As opposed to saying, oh, you first have to try and promote someone and then you can look externally too. Does that make sense?
Ryan?
Also just to keep in mind, we're doing a promotion to a person who has previously hired. So this person has already gone through the interviews to come into the service council or portfolio. So just put it out there. It's not like we're picking a random person.
Okay, Catherine?
I think that I agree with everything that is said. Like, I just think that if that's what we want to do, and if we want to have the option of just backfilling, then that needs to be communicated to constituents beforehand that we have the right to do that after formal hiring has been done.
But another thing is like I'm wondering, like would be because then what if you accidentally promote someone who's actually like not very good, right? So then it's like would they still have to do like an interview with that AVP first? Like for example, say with Jen, right?
Yeah.
Like she had to go through the interview process with questions that were tailored to VP marketing, which is actually a very different role than associate VP marketing. So to mitigate the risk of actually promoting someone who like sucks,
yeah,
maybe we should just say like execs have to like at least interview that person first and then decide whether they want to promote them or like literally be like, okay, yeah, like this person that's good, we should open it up. I think there should be some sort of like streaming process. Do you think so?
Would you be doing that anyway if you're deciding to promote someone? Like would you be basically having a conversation like, hey, should we like is this person gonna be good? Can we ask them about it? Like I don't know why we need to formalize it basically. Like the entire purpose of this was just like to put the option there, like make it easier instead of harder, and especially because when that happens, like a lot of what happens is, for instance, with like Jen, it's like when Jen got promoted, basically or like hired to be VP marketing, it then opens up another position, like the AVP position, or it'll open like it basically has a waterfall effect. So you end up doing like 5 hirings instead of just 1. And then whereas you could just promote people, get it over with in like a week and move on. As opposed to doing hiring for like 2 months.
I was thinking about like just mitigating that risk. Like, but then again, it's actually require them to.
Yeah.
You see?
The last question, so since great, I'm drawing a blank right now, but, don't we have to hire for an AVP anyway, so why don't we just not focus so low? You said that.
Oh, yeah, if we, so I think she's saying like if we promoted AVP, right? Then we still have to hire the AVP position because there's no one to fill that role.
Yeah, that's it.
But you only know you need to hire the AVP position, like, if you decide to put the VP marketing. So if you had to have a hiring for both, you'd have to have one hiring. Then if you ended up promoting the AVP, now you have to have another hiring.
We're
for
just
the
decreasing
AVP.
of the amount of hiring, so.
So that was the last of it, and this is time to vote. So, motion, I need someone to motion to approve, this internal hiring and promotion amendment. Motion by Ryan, seconded by Vanessa. All those who vote in favor of this, proposed amendment, raise your hand and say aye. I don't know if that's everyone. Everyone who's opposed, raise your hand and say nay. No oppositions. Any abstentions? Debbie wants to abstain.
Did everybody vote?
Sorry.
Are
Okay,
you in favor?
are you in favor? No, you're not opposed? Okay, so,
Debbie abstains, Mike, or Justin opposes.
yeah.
Everyone else.
Yeah, so Debbie abstains, Justin opposes, everyone else is in favor, so the motion is approved. And I think that marks our first, not all in favor vote.
Who was an abstention?
Yeah, I don't,
Debbie.
don't
We haven't had an extension. Oh yeah, Debbie, why did you abstain?
Not abstention for
For opposition?
No, but actually, yeah, shouldn't abstentions do, like, shouldn't we know why?
Yeah, we'll do both.
Put it in the book.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, we'll start with Debbie. Why would you abstain?
Well, I sort of agree with both sides, so I feel like I don't want to, like,
Pick us.
yeah.
Okay.
Can I make a point of information on that?
Yeah.
Just like one thing, it's not like anything against you, Debbie, but like, one thing that I was told when I was on the previous board is like, we do have a fiduciary duty to make a decision. So even if there's very, very tough decisions, nothing to single you out, but you have to try your absolute best to come to a decision that represents your year or whatever constituents that you're under. So like, I agree, like that was a tough decision for me. Like I could have kind of gone either way, but it's important for all board members. I would just encourage all of us to really try and converge and represent our peers, because that's what we're elected to do. We have to make those tough decisions for our peers.
Thank you, Ben. Justin, why do you oppose? Speak up so the
Yeah,
last
so like what I said just now, I think, like I know time is tight, but I agree with the policy too, but I just think that there should be like a hierarchy to it, so we should first go towards internal hiring, see if the AVP is suitable for the job, and then if not, then we'll move on.
Okay, thank you, Justin. So moving on to the next thing, Taylor.
So the next thing was setting up of the awards committee, which was discussed at the last board meeting. Basically, instead of I'd like to increase the consistency of people who assess clubs and all that sort of stuff. So basically, what it is, the awards and recognition committee will provide a recommendation to the board of directors for who should receive all CUS awards. We said that the membership should be the ex officio members, as defined by policy, 4 members of the board of directors, including 1 of each year rep. So this basically came up because the year reps don't necessarily have a lot to do. So this is like giving them another part of the role that they sit on this committee, or 1 from each year will sit on this committee. There will be 1 member at large, 1 other member of the Commerce Undergraduate Society, including but not limited to a member of the executive council or board of directors.
Okay.
And then, the awards night chair or head of such other events where the awards in question will be distributed. And then the chairperson will be the awards maker.
Point of information.
Yeah.
What's the point of having the extra person, the extra like member of the CUS when we already have full year reps?
Basically, it was to give the option for someone who's not a year rep. to
Like
sit on it.
the
But-
So I think that's because so now we're reviewing wine and cheese a couple weeks ago. Because they know I am reviewing their event, so they have it came slightly different, I think, comparing to other people. So I think it will be better, it will be more extensive, you get more extensive opinion. You have members that are not in the board.
So this is exactly right. An executive-
It could be either a member at large, an exec, or another member of the board. Like it could be anybody.
Are we excluding another year rep then? So it could theoretically be 5 year reps.
Yeah.
Doesn't that defeat the purpose of having representation outside of the year reps then?
We could explicitly put it as not a year rep. But like it was more just to give the opportunity for anyone who like was interested in
It
being
could
a part
be
of
an
it.
AMS.
It was less about like getting representation outside of the year rep and more about just having it available to people outside of the year rep.
Unless you make that position like no year reps, but it could be like the AMS, it has to be senator, it could be online. If you want to make it like a fair and forward thing. I don't mind doing that. It was more so like when we did it, we were thinking about like the AMS reps who might want to do it or the senator. And also if no one was interested, then like people can just nominate someone who would like.
It's kind of like a free for all.
Yeah.
That was the idea.
And I believe, sorry, you were the executive members, right?
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah. Any other questions, comments?
Yeah. Rita?
Sorry, I was confused. So if we were to have this committee, then it would start as of
I wanted to say that if we do approve this, to like nominate right now, so that we have the committee, start for this upcoming term.
So then all the events that we signed up previously on that Excel list would have to be like.
Yeah, it's coming.
Like the purpose of the committee is to provide a recommendation
They don't
we receive the awards. So ideally, like the committee would come up with their way that they want to do the assessment. And for this year, it would involve taking into account probably what's already considered.
Does that make sense? So nothing changes. The
Sorry.
evaluation.
This committee doesn't do the evaluation, right?
The idea is that they would be doing the evaluation.
So Daphne's evaluation.
No, 'cause
they have to be at the
I think Rita's talking about the signups, right?
Yeah.
She's talking about the signups. So if, for example, let's say,
So the events that happen in term one, those are done.
Yeah, so
So
then
then term
there's
two,
an
you guys would
assessment's
be
been
signing
done.
so she's asking for someone who signed up. Like, for example, if Tyler signed up, but he doesn't end up being on this committee, and he signed up
Then
to do.
that, the signups have to change.
Yeah, so she's
Yeah,
asking about
that
that.
was my
Yeah.
So everything changes.
Yeah, and the sign, yeah.
The sign up will change so that only within the committee, we can sign up for it.
I guess it depends what the
Yeah, it would probably depend on what the committee members want to decide on.
Yeah.
But the intent was, yeah, that they would be doing the assessment.
Yeah, they do the assessment and then they meet and they kind of bring up a recommendation to the whole board and exec. And we decide who wins what, of like who they think should win, but there's still gonna be a discussion among everybody.
Yeah.
So it's not like they're making the decision, they're just making a recommendation, just like how every policy or every committee like.
It's basically like the whole point of this was so that we had some consistency, which this committee would provide.
And accountability.
Yeah, and accountability. Any more questions? If not, we'll move to voting. Who wants to motion for this amendment for the creation of the committee, I guess the board's committee? Moved by Vanessa, seconded by Debbie. All those who approve, raise your hand and say aye. All those who don't approve, raise your hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the amendment has been passed, and we're going to move on to building users.
Yeah, so the next one was just it, well, actually, there's a committee membership restrictions one too. That's basically just changing to so the board of directors can sit on food committees instead.
Yep, so, no, yeah, motion by Ben, seconded by Debbie. All those who approve, raise their hand and say aye. All those who don't approve, raise their hand and say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion passes. And we're going to, oh, thank you.
Last is building users, sorry, and that's just to formalize what we talked about at the last meeting where we suspended the policy so that I could sit on it.
Oh, yeah.
So basically this puts the VP finance formally on building users committee.
Okay.
As opposed to, and removes one member of the board of directors.
So do we have a move by Justin, seconded by Catherine? All those in favor raise their hand and say aye. All those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion passes. Thank you, Taylor, and the policy committee. Like I had mentioned before, since we passed the committee awards committee, I guess. Do you guys want to have in other business, in item N, we'll just nominate people? Would you guys like to do that this meeting? Since yeah? Okay. So this is an amendment to the agenda. So
members of ours though.
I think we should just do it January.
Do it January? Yeah. So we have.
Okay, so the intent of
We
members
should
of ours
open
was
it.
probably people that were like on the awards.
Yeah.
If you have January, then.
So
Also, this meeting's going long, so we should probably.
yeah, we'll table it to January's meeting, I guess. Next up is Commerce Week budget, which Commerce Week budget.
I sent it to everybody about 2 weeks ago, I think. Commerce Week budget draft number 1.
Yes.
Yeah. They're asking for, I believe, $8,000 to run Commerce Week.
How much does it cost to run business week?
20 something.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Why is it so much cheaper?
Because we have less events.
And they're all professional then.
Yeah, it's smaller scale. It's not like a buttload of giveaways and free hot dogs.
What's the event schedule like? Like, is there,
I can, let me dig that out.
Do we need the event schedule to approve the budget?
Yeah.
Do events.
yeah, then we could just kind of change the budget. I just hope that they.
Well, Fred, you worked with them on the budget.
A tiny bit, yeah, but it was mostly, they've developed it mostly themselves. To me, yes.
Yeah.
Like, obviously, like, I can look at the budget, but it's like, unless I had, like, no contact.
Yeah.
It looks good. And like this is them, they did this also after running business week, so they got a better idea.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it looks pretty
I don't know, I think 8,000 is great, I just hope people can stop.
Oh, it's the first year.
Still.
It's gonna be interesting. Yeah.
Sorry, I tried finding some minutes and stuff, but when you gave the review of business week and how that worked, they weren't like hugely over budget or anything like that on any of the stuff for business week, right? Yeah. Okay, so this should pretty much all be pretty simple.
Yeah.
So are we approving the budget?
All motions.
Okay, moved by Ben, seconded by Justin. All those who vote in favor of approving the budget, raise your hand and say aye. All those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion to approve Commerce Week budget has been approved. Moving on to the next item on the agenda is the AMS representative. Oh, sorry.
Catherine, you had a question about case content.
Oh my goodness, I don't remember anymore. What? I can ask later.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Like-
we're still.
You're still later.
Yeah, I mean, we still like we're not halfway. Are we doing updates? Yeah, we're doing updates.
We're doing updates.
Well, we have the AMS rep update first.
Okay. Ready to begin?
Yeah, just begin.
Okay, great. So in the past month, some things that happened included the AMS governance review survey completion, and that was really successful. Hopefully some people here filled out the form as well. No? Okay, I did. But in AMS business news, the BEGI affordable, we talked about affordability in next year's, for next year's AMS businesses, including possibly reducing the prices of some of the AMS foods. That being said, right now, the perk in the student nest is having a 25% discount for all students, I believe, till the end of the month. So if you guys want to check that out, that's good too for everyone. And most of this month, like I think the meat of it was the tuition increase again. So, oh, sorry. Also, the new sub, the AMS has approved $600,000 for the renovation of the old sub, which is called the new sub project. And yeah, so in tuition increase, the AMS Budget Committee approved money for AMS to grant a 4 UBC, which happened this past month. It was just like a campaign opposing the tuition increase. So out of the consultations and out of our reports that the CUS, BCS, and AMS submitted, the AMS had discussions with UBC administration, and the consultations with the universities resulted in a $2,000 decrease in the increase for every program, excluding commerce. We are hoping to send a follow-up email to constituents about that soon, also digging into why commerce is excluded so we can answer those questions as well. In addition, the university has also agreed to re-benchmark alongside the AMS, so there might be more tuition news coming next time, but that's what we have this month.
Thank you. Next up is Senator, but I don't think. Can we leave her appointment now? No. So, Hamba's person report.
So, you guys know about the, so like, I don't know if the board knows, but the PCC and new project issue that was brought up today. I was taking a look at that because they had an issue where they had, like a chat on Facebook to ask for like new projects approach PCC tickets for the prize winners, and then like they're going back and forth, and the details were clear, and then didn't give them tickets in the end, but then thanks to the meeting today, they're gonna give them tickets, which is a good thing.
Wait, did they say that?
No,
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 they
but no, they didn't.
But they will.
But we will make it contingent.
Oh.
Well, at least I think we should, but go ahead.
Well, we still need to discuss.
Oh, yeah.
That's it? Yeah. Okay, thank you. Next up is Vanessa with term 1 milestones.
Okay, so instead of doing updates, because I doubt, unless the executives want to, there's not much to update since it's exam season. So as responsibility to the board, it's important that the board is updated on, you know, how the term has been, because essentially it's the execs and the service counselors. Yeah.
Why do we choose to use this photo?
I don't know.
I don't think that's good at it.
She's the only one not making a funny thing. I mean, there's a couple of others. Like, you're dead smack in the middle. Ask me it.
Okay, anyways, yeah, so we just wanted to recap the year for the board and how all of our services did. Yeah, so execs, instead of just doing your update, maybe just, I'll let you guys take it away because you guys probably know what you guys are talking about better than I do. But I essentially put up the PowerPoint together. So first we have VP Academic. Okay, I added a slide for Sajia because I noticed that she wasn't in it, but I can just speak on behalf of it. So with Associate VP Academic, Sajia worked really closely during the international tuition increases, and she actually proxied for myself and Madam for like the bulk of the meeting. She went to the think tanks, And so she created an extensive proposal for the CUS, which I showed you guys. It was roughly like 20 pages or so. It was pretty extensive, and she wrote it really well. And then that was attached to the AMS proposal, which was then sent to the Board of Governors, and only us and Econ made our own proposal. And so she received a lot of compliments on it. Nil, last year's president, also like went up to me and was like, yeah, like the report was great. So if you see Sajia, tell her thanks. But Madam, I'll let you take it away for these ones.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you can sit here. I can like.
Oh,
it's fine.
Sorry, okay.
Just walk us through.
Yeah, so for AMS tutoring, that's the program that the first year really ran, so it was great. So it wrapped up the last week of November, and data is currently being consolidated by students still. Sorry, Tay, have you sent her the check? I think I did. Okay, so yeah, so that was pretty good. So we're going to be talking with the executive to see if it's going to continue. Next slide. Oh, sorry, should I just come up there?
No.
Okay. So here we have the adjunct class leader and the director. One of the big things he did is that he improved the sustainability by reducing 80% of all of the forms this term. And next term he said that they're going to be completely paperless. That's going to be fantastic. So yeah, and then feedback is a lot quicker and streamlined, and so people can just write down what they want and they can just protect their anonymity. Anonymity. There it is. And he also can send the information to professors so they can see the aggregate responses for classes. Altogether, they processed 3347 online feedback calls, which is a ton, for over 150 classes this audit. That's great. Next, we have the Commerce Mentorship Program, which is Sarah Da. No picture for that. Great. So they hosted 9 midterm review sessions for econ. Oh, sorry, yeah, they hosted 9 midterm review sessions, and they're currently hosting, I think, 9 final review sessions. Maybe I may have messed that up. So they had an average attendance of 80 people for the final, 75 for the midterm reviews, but that's excluding the people who are 20-30 online. So like puts it over 100, which is fantastic. A big thing, they got over 200 attendance for their final review session, which was great. They also been getting really good positive feedback with an average score of 4 out of 5. And they've also initiated this thing called the CMP Tips for Success blog, which basically just like gives tips for like COM202 networking and such, and it's received like 600 views of blog, which is great. Next. And then we have Exco. So they have currently processed or in the process of processing 43 applicants this year, dating back to April. And this was compared to 63 total last year that they got. So they're looking to break the record. 20,000 of the 97,000 is set to be used. And Hans is currently completing the draft of a new reimbursement process, which will be sent to me and we'll go over to approve it. Next. And we have case competition. They sold out all their events this year. They're killing it. It was fantastic. Which the KPMG cracked the case. It was really, really well run. They completed an incredible revamp of their website. I don't think I saw it last year, but it's changed a lot. It looks great. And they have sold over 100+ memberships for the CCC. Next, and then we have the Sutter Business Review. So this one is really, really behind. The new director has just been hired, and their budget recently got approved, and they'll be launching 2 to 3 articles based on them coming back to the executives and seeing the feedback of their first few articles. And then the JDC West received over 200 applicants for the case competition, raised over $1,100 for charity, had a high percentage of attendance for majority of JDC events, and the top 2 teams for NSCC were from JDC West academics.
Right.
Okay, so something I've been focusing on a lot is working with faculty to cut down the paperwork and like forms that people have to fill out because there's a lot. It's down 50% now. We're looking to cut down even more. Also, I thought we were supposed to do like one highlight per thing, so mine's a bit more brief. Okay. Yeah. Oh baby. Did you like manually crop out all the white?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why?
I don't know. I had time.
Okay. Yeah. So Peter's been a rock star. He's been handling all the room bookings and locker rentals and business cards, and I love him. Locker rentals. He's working with a friend, with a comp side friend, to try and build an automated system for locker rentals.
What, really?
Yeah.
because like it was something that I was considering last year, but I didn't have enough time to do it. So hopefully he'll manage to get it through.
How does it work?
Just like have them fill out a form and then it spits out a locker based on. So like we don't have to manually assign one.
I thought you meant like you don't have to use locks like on the lockers. And like that, I was like, whoa, like
oh my
like thumbprint. I was like, how does that work? Oh, okay.
No, not that.
Okay.
Yeah, CUS Sustainability, the Chasing Sustainability Conference bumped up their attendance by 180%. So, fair bit. That being said, last year attendance wasn't too great, so.
What was attendance last year?
70 something.
I think that's 70% increase. 180% increase double.
Yeah.
You're saying
Times
that
1.8. I don't know.
That's 1.8 times 180%.
Yeah.
Until 200.
Yeah. Okay. 1.8 times. Yeah. Oh, I was tired when I wrote this. Okay, next.
But they sold out.
Yeah, they sold very well. The point is they sold very well. Elections, first year rep election turnout was up 1.2%, I believe. I believe. And AMS rep elections were down, or like turnout was down, but that's because it was tied to a by-election, so not too great. Business week, nothing blew up and we had minimal complaints, so that's already a great improvement. Awards night, Pitt and Great Hall have both been booked. Great Hall is free. We're finagling Pitt with price, but like it's still cheap.
Yay! And it's the same night as an NBC.
No, we pushed it back.
Oh.
We pushed it a week back, so it's not going to conflict with NBC anymore.
So it's not conflicting with anything.
Yes.
Oh,
Is it open bar?
Wait,
when is it?
Huh?
31st, I think.
You just say it's open bar.
Dude, it's gonna be sick. So like we've said this like millions and millions and millions of times, but in case you guys forgot, essentially.
You kind of cut Anderson's hair out.
I know. Commerce Gala or awards night is like double, like gonna be like a bigger thing now. So we're probably gonna have to push really hard in terms of marketing and getting people out there because it's more of a celebration for everybody and not just like just the US. Okay.
Why did you crop off part of Matt's head?
Okay, I'm just tired.
Wait, you had time to do this?
You'll notice throughout the presentation it gets worse and worse.
Finance stuff. There's a filing system in one of the filing cabinets, so I can actually look back when people would be like, "Where's my reimbursement?" There's a new budget template because the old one was broken, so it works better now. There's a bunch of spreadsheets that track the budget and the financial position for the CUS as a whole. And the hope is that this can just sort of be passed along to whoever is VP Finance next year. And looking into developing like some training and reference documents so that people actually know what to do and can like basically be trained in a consistent fashion for incoming year.
Marketing.
You say launch your own photo.
What?
No, do your own photos. Yeah.
Jen? Jen, be loud.
Sorry, I don't have my glasses here, but creating get involved with. Okay, so this year on the social media, can you hear me?
Louder.
Hello.
Louder.
Can you hear me now? Okay. So for the Facebook page, basically we created a hiring album, and so that gained over 9,000 posts clicks, which was great and increased opportunities for students. 5 days of it just happened. So thank you so much to everyone who helped. It was a really big success. And we gave around over 70 gifts. So yeah.
What was the biggest gift?
The biggest gift was probably like a Paxlonia. So
Wow.
that was like about 30 pounds.
Oh, wow.
So like the bigger gifts were like mugs, thermoses, and business person. Worked with Chasing, so Chasing in top 40 sold out this year, which is great. And then for next year, hopefully we can work together again. For the other conferences, we saw as well. Working on the website currently. and I'll talk a little bit more on like more of our thinking regarding the website. So basically, the website looks really good compared to last year. So I'm really happy with Drive Digital especially because they've been really talked about getting back to me and changing like everything. So we're actually meeting with them tomorrow just to be changed with the new website. And then that is going to be pushed out on January and like early January, I'm thinking for the first, and we can get everything in by the 29th. And then lastly, for MailChimp, we are, so previously we didn't have analytics at all, so moving it onto MailChimp with the help of, I guess, a push from Vanessa's marketing consulting group. We finally got it on there, and I've been really happy with being able to see people have opened it. So usually, at the end, like after everyone's kind of opened it, the average is usually about like 3,000 or so. 3,600.
We get 3,000 people opening the newsletter.
Wow.
Dang, that's a lot. Okay. Do you want me to read through this myself?
Yeah.
Like, is it easier? Okay. So for Grace, basically, compared to last year's Facebook stats, Grace and Jen were able to increase the amount of likes within term 1 by 200%. And then for the puppy clinics, which was a huge thing that we did with mental health MHAC, there was over 456 people who clicked it, 164 signed up, and it was a huge success. Grace is also working on revamping our Instagram account so that there's like a sort of theme on it rather than just random pictures. We also introduced Women Crush Wednesday, Man Crush Monday, and Meet an Exec features, and that was we were able to boost up our social media there. Our social media posts have been a record high with over 3,500 reach and over 160 likes on some of the posts. And then apparently Brian Wong from KIP shared one of our posts from KEEP, shared one of our posts. So that was a huge milestone.
Also, I'm convinced that Women Crush Wednesdays and Man Crush Mondays are all Grace's friends, Oscar and Matilda. Oscar and Matilda. Oscar and Matilda.
Peter. Are they all from the CR team?
Yeah.
Low key mastermind of it all.
They had their first ever booth at this week, which is great, and they also revamped their logo. One thing is for them to work on is actually to change it because apparently it was like kind of like not handled properly, and so Otter doesn't want that like that aid to look like that because it's their logo. So they're going to work on that to change it up. And then they booked over 40 presentations, and so that's like the most they've ever booked. So they booked more than last year already, and we still have more bookings for the upcoming semester, so that's great. And Spotty Squad launched their exam packages, and they partnered with Kiwi, so over 300 bags were given out. They were able to partner with more external companies such as Making Snacks, iBookie, Funrate. They also have a new Facebook page after it's been deactivated. So you know, one thing led to another, and now they have a Facebook page. So that's great, and we're encouraging them to continue to post. They launched a social media contest. They had, unfortunately, because it was deactivated, well, it was like individual accounts deactivated, which was where they made basically a Facebook event for our squad. They didn't get as many submissions, but in the end, they gave away 48 tickets to Power Girls on the newsletter. And the Cavalier rebranded as well. It was great, and they have a new website. And so this year, they have a magazine that is compared to the newspaper issue that's been done previously. So that came out in November, and they put it onto issue for the first time, and have yet to hear about the stats. So but I can only imagine it's been great from tracking through the sales and visual media, great. They've been doing all the photos, but especially this year they pushed out photo walks. So photo walks is basically they go around with a team of people and kind of like learn photography tricks or like they have like cool things around UBC that they can or Vancouver in the new year. They can take photos of. So it's like meeting them on a guided photo taking adventure. And so they kind of maxed it at 25, I believe, and it was amazing and headshots every month.
Just saw that. Okay, you're back.
Okay, and finally for yearbook, the covers have been sent off, so we're waiting for the review from the design cover specialist, which will be interesting. And we have designed all the spreads just by hand. So we can transfer that over onto InDesign, so on the computer. And we have drafted an entire ladder, so that includes what pages to be on, where we'll drill, we will be working on it. And so they're on track.
Yay. Engagement. Adrian, do you want to take it away?
So, CUS stickers liability form. So Alex is pushing a lot for liability, just because we do a lot of events that will look really bad when anything happens. And CUS stickers. So we're trying to push this year to get stickers on everyone's cards, SIM cards, so we can like restrict as in scholarships come out some events. This leads into another thing where Alex managed to get all the student numbers of every single person and daughter. So we have that now.
Oh! Really?
Yeah. So Alex and I have student numbers for everyone's daughter. So we're currently so we're currently cross-checking student numbers with SOCO ski trips to make sure our students and other things people don't go. And we'll hopefully use that as other places.
Probably like an Excel spreadsheet, and then people just do Control 5.
Yeah, that's what we have.
Put in their stuff.
VLOOKUPs is what we're doing.
Well, it looks like you guys are sort of Control 5.
Okay, Excel tool.
Remember, Vanessa, you don't work smart, you work hard.
Stop.
So, CCP did really well. They raised, I guess it's okay. It's an okay amount. I know. I was like, yeah, okay. And security care packages for Daphne Tse.
Milestone, guys. Milestone.
I mean, like, $200 is okay. It's decent. I'll put up next year.
Sorry, Katrina.
Next one. FYC. So Rita and Allison were close with them. They hired Eileen's really keen sometimes. So they established a mission statement and vision review committee. They brainstormed. Probably knows they brainstormed a plan during events and all that. They're doing well. Like I'm happy with them. Good job, I think. Grad night. They anyways, they're hiring their executive team, which is really good, and then they're signing many dates for these dates. So people graduating, i.e. grad.
Hey, sloshed.
Taylor, Vanessa, you graduating or no? Vanessa, if she makes it this year. These are the dates. No, might change next term. Ski trip, they sold out ski trip in 6 hours, which is really unexpected. They thought it would take 3 weeks, and sold out. Yeah, sold no, it was less than 4 hours. And then they obtained 2 sponsors ski trips, something new this year. SOCO generally never had sponsors.
Is it Rockstar and
Caribou. So expect free beer and free energy drinks or ski trips for those who are coming.
Can you flip back just the dates for no. Like it's 46 hour on it, like it's not a retreat.
The 1996. Alright, we go forward.
Taylor, you better be going.
So scholar support. So they had like a really big excitement for boot camp, it's really exciting. Yoga classes went well. Sold out a hockey tournament, which Alex and I competed in. Okay, don't do it on the second. And then Dutch Bowl tournament, sort of went well. They had people attending, they wanted more. But we had 3 different engagement events happening on the same day. Huey, Auto Sports, and Connect were having things on the same day. So things were split up. And they have 4,000 sports on Facebook. But
Me and Ryan killed it in dodgeball.
yeah, Ryan, you guys good couldn't play. Yeah, we people. Next slide. Huey was just killing it. We don't know what to say about them.
Woo!
Amazing. Next one.
It's all Huey.
Hey, Huey's just doing really well. Just keep
So
going.
essentially, in a nutshell, Huey is a service that just started. They already have over 500 likes. Their next semester goal is 900. And then in terms of events, they have 10 events in term 1. And they've been approached by a lot of clubs and services, which is great.
And SUS copying them.
Yeah, and then for their Huey Eats, there's been a very long line, but no one's had to wait more than 15 minutes, which is not bad.
People start doing stickers too.
Sorry?
Start doing stickers
Yeah.
for these lines.
Yeah, considering it's free food. Do you want
Sponsorships. I don't know the sponsorships, but they got a lot of sponsorships. A lot of really good sponsors too. I don't know.
You need Leon and Emily on your team.
They're doing really well. Next one. Points is doing well. So welcome back to Capacity. Social and Points kickball are really well as well. Oktoberfest, we partnered with SUS, something we haven't done in a couple of years, so we want to bring it back this year. It seemed really empty, that's because the space was really big. It was the Agora, and
I loved it.
Yeah, it went really well. It seemed empty, but it wasn't empty. They have 10 kegs, and I think we used 6.5 of them, which is pretty good. And the JCUS with points, they raised $4 for them right here. CISA, so they revamped a lot of things this year. Amazing Race sold out and did well. Partnership Business Week, do their welcome back Jeopardy style kind of thing. Next one.
They're really popular in the city of Iran.
What?
CISA? Stop that!
Wow.
No! Equity! Equity is terrible. Thanksgiving dinner went really well. They had a dinner every year. They sold it again like always.
It will die.
And they also got
I'm charging it. Okay.
So scared.
Next one.
It said that it was low battery, so I charged it.
I have their updates here in my email. Basically, Connected got a huge turnout for a first year opening kind of club. They had 208 mentees apply to the mentees, and they had 73 mentors apply, and 50 of them got in. So we're currently working with them to figure out how to distribute mentees among mentors, but things are looking good.
External.
All right, so this year has been pretty interesting. So just a quick thing on Jen. If you need anyone to do volleyball, like, give some cheer for exam season.
Not you again!
I just finished my exam, so I'm totally beat.
That's why you're here. I was like, I'm surprised your guys have left yet.
True. Here's like an Oscar to true that.
Of course, yeah.
All of us are like exams. Okay, yeah. Anyway.
Yeah, CUS Board did really well. So last year, I think they had 30-some students and 14 professionals. So they actually increased their ticket sales by over 180%.
Brett just chilling.
We had it, you know your percentage.
Nah. Okay. Again, yeah, NSCC did really well. They already had 10 tickets away from being sold out. They would have sold out, but they had to stop ticket sales 3 days before.
Okay, come on, I gotta go at one. Let's get
Yeah.
Okay, good. They did good.
No, not you, not you.
Oh, yeah, they were sold out, but they had to stop, I think, 3 days, 4 days before the Tuesday, because they needed to tell the hotel how many people would be. But yeah, also there's more firms come to this, not even all of them. Last year they didn't have McKinsey, Bain, or PwC. They had Avanyard, they had, and I think they had 2 HR consulting firms too.
Nice.
Yeah, EMP has been doing really well. The feedback from the professionals has been good. Just 2 issues with 2 particular mentees who feel like the relationship's not as strong, and that's literally it. In the past, they've had significantly more. So Jacqueline and Christina are doing really well.
Yay, that's it. All right, so those were the milestones of the year for all the execs and all the services. It's been a really good year, and hopefully for term 2. Usually, honestly, I'm not gonna lie, usually term 2 is when people's motivation levels are down. So let's not have that happen. It'd be really nice for us to like continue to do a great job for next year as well. So those are the milestones.
Yay. So there's no committee reports.
Probably discuss PBCC.
Yes. Next item on the agenda would be amendments and approvals of the minutes. So Angela sent us the November 15th, 2015 board minutes, and I made some amendments. I'm not sure if anyone else did. But we're going to, can I get someone to move to approve the minutes if there's no other amendments, if no one else sent them to Angela? It's moved by Michael, seconded by Ben. All those who are in favor of approving the minutes, raise your hand and say aye. All those who oppose say nay. Any abstentions? Seeing as there are none, the motion carries. Item K, business arising from service council and exec council. I don't think there's anything. Business. Oh. Yeah, sure. Could you speak up?
Yeah. So for the website, it's been in the works. Basically, the homepage right now, that function for the big image right now doesn't support video. And so I was just wondering if you guys want to implement that later or do it now since we're working with them. Basically, the cost would be $500 to introduce like a video functionality, and that would automatically play. And so where does that get put? On the homepage. So like, if we would have the option of putting like the big image or like a video.
I would really prefer honestly like a big image. But $500 for video is a lot.
Why does everything that we change exactly $500?
Ideally, it's like a little like it lasts.
But I thought that we already motioned like $500 for a carousel.
So it was just brought up by someone. Like, do we have a video like
Functionality is something that we can change by ourselves. I think we put in video, and if the video functionality is there, we can still just keep it in there.
Yeah, so we can use the other video or the image. I just kind of like wanted to put that out. I think like for the moment, unless people really want it, like I don't know if I can like have that capability for this year. Like it'd be nice, but I don't think I'll be doing it. So it's like something I just wanted to
Video is not out there.
Are we opening up for debate?
Do you guys want to open it up for debate?
like I'd love to hear like what is it's $500.
I personally like am not in favor of it because we've already we always keep adding stuff.
Yeah.
And we already motioned for a carousel, and I just don't think the video on the website is like that impactful. Like for the header to no, like for the say for this, it would like move. So like it would go pick different pictures. So we already paid like $500 for that.
Yeah. Oh, so I thought we agreed to that.
No, the video is different.
So it's just like another.
So this is like another $500 for an option to put a video.
I think also like keeping up with video content is a lot harder. So
Yeah.
Because I don't think I have the capability to do that.
Yeah. And like if we do have videos, we have to like essentially realistically like we would have to put out videos often or something in order for us to actually like use the $500 worth. Otherwise we're paying $500 to put one video up and it's gonna probably stay there for a
long time. And it better be a good ass video. Well, like what's like you could probably put club video, just embed it in the page, like not. I wouldn't necessarily dedicate like our whole homepage to clubs, where it's like it's supposed to be like a CUS. But it's like right here. It's like
Yeah, I know, but it's not like it's up there the whole time.
Okay,
Video content that's actually
I would rather just put like club cover photos and stuff on the carousel than do like one video for one club.
yeah, I agree.
On our page, where when the carousel we can put a whole lot of clubs or services.
If they click in club, choose to embed a video in their introduction.
Any other opinions on this? So it seems like the general consensus.
We can do a vote.
Yeah, we can do a vote. Do you want to do a vote, Jen?
I think like the most part of it, I'm okay with that, to be honest.
Okay, sure. Then let's not do a vote.
And I'm sure like in the future, if they do get back to me, then they can actually do work on track.
Yeah, sounds good.
And another thing, please submit your individual pages. So that's to thank you for the people who have done so. Like I have all your little like gifts right here. So I'm gonna like give a shout out to Daphne.
Thanks. This is so cute.
And then for you, Glenn.
And Raffles is here. Ryan.
Dude, you're so good at wrapping stuff. I don't know.
Okay, and Taylor.
Oh god.
No, don't do it.
Ah!
Everything that Taylor gets is breaks.
Wait, what is it? Wait. Oh,
shit.
Wait,
Yo.
Taylor.
That was a bit bad. I didn't submit mine.
So you guys are both in that same direction.
Yeah. She got confused.
Yeah, so basically, please write in the paragraph. That's like the only thing I like request. And besides like filling everything, write in the paragraph so everyone's in. And it needs to be done.
Third person.
On the 14th. So that's tomorrow. And if you need an extension, no later than Wednesday. But that's only if you let me know.
Okay. Yay, thank you, John. So moving on, I guess there's nothing coming from the Board of Directors committees. No other business because we're tabling the committee thing to January. So we're going to discuss the presentation. First one would be PBC.
Bless you.
Thanks. PBCC discussion, and then we'll discuss Justin's case competition.
Is there need to discuss?
I think there were some questions.
Oh, was there? Okay.
Yeah, we'll just do that briefly. So first up, PBCC. Who wants to start the conversation? Adam?
I think we should fund them less. The approximate ballpark of $5,000 less. Plus the budget is like transportation costs for delegates, which add up to, not for delegates, for professionals, would add up to $2,000. They can cut some of their prize pool, which seems a little bit excessive. Especially looking at their last budget to this year's new budget. They said that the $10,000 was mainly for a new venue, but if you look into it, that's not necessarily true. Other costs just came out from nowhere. So I think they have some budgetary slack that we should give them $5,000 less for.
Budgetary slack.
Yeah, no, legit. It's like $5,000 less for, and make a contingent on them getting tickets to e-project.
Okay. Any other thoughts?
Is there like a mathematical equation to
Do you want
the
me to do it?
5,000 or?
You want me to do it? It was around that.
Oh, okay.
You want me to do it?
Yeah, sure. You just walk us through.
Okay.
But I agree. Like, I wouldn't. Not really in favor of funding the whole thing after looking at the budget, but.
Where you know?
Pretty large variance year over year. Sorry, more than that.
Just a point of inquiry, how is CBCC doing? Like
Wait, could you speak up for the laptop?
How well is PVCC doing because they're projecting growth rates is actually like projecting what? Yeah, projecting growth rates like 170, 175, 200 people. Like, do you think it's too high of a growth rate?
Well, if they sold out last year, which apparently they might not have actually sold out, like they started just giving away tickets. Didn't they? But yeah, like I heard basically because it was on a per person sponsorship, they basically started giving away tickets so they could get the per person money. But yeah, so I don't think they sold out last year. Like actually sold out last year.
Like organically sold out.
Yeah, I feel like they've been.
So they lied to us.
Well, they did sell out. They just
Well, it's tough because
they didn't sell out.
well, they did say that none of them were on the team last year, so how they have no right?
I just remember hearing Bill like griping about it. That's all.
Okay. Anyone else have something to say? No.
So how about this ticket thing? Do we want to make it contingent that they have to give them the tickets?
Like they have to give you project tickets.
Yeah.
They have to play nice.
Yeah.
It's like, hey, this funding, whatever, is contingent on you giving tickets to the project.
Yeah, as long as we're 100% sure that
I think we were.
you can. Like we're
It
100%
seems-
sure that they're in the wrong.
It seemed like that, to be honest.
There's fault on both
There's
sides,
also on both sides.
but they should honor the spirit of the agreement
Yeah.
rather than like finagling on the technicalities.
People are expecting the tickets, so they're not getting.
That's true, it's for the students that want it, right?
They said that they have a dude, they are accountable to their board, they're accountable to us, and they're accountable to the students. They are also accountable to the students. Last year, we ended up structuring it as based on like a proportion. Sorry, we divided their requested funding by the estimated amount of students that they would be attending. I believe that was like 22,600 something divided by 170 students, and that I think came out to $134. So the subsidy ended up being $134 per student, up to a maximum of 170 students, and the total amount of like 22,000. Do we want to peg it to the number of CUS students that attend, or do we want to get it to the flat rate?
The problem is that like defeats the purpose of them asking us for funding, because they need the funding for us to pay for it. So if we look at the amount of people that attend, and then give them funding based on that, it's like, great, you had your event, here's all your money. You need the money to have the event.
There's also a lot of intangibles, like some conferences, like sort of provide value to students like directly who are attending. And then there's always arguments that like something like Sauter Summit is like good for CUS students because it like enhances the reputation of the school and like all these intangible things you can measure on per student or like basis.
So my question becomes, how did the funding go through last year? That's what was approved. How did they pay for all their venue? How did you pay for your venue if you got CUS money last year, or CUS money after the event?
You don't. It's the same thing with the speaker fee, like, there was no $5,000.
That was taken, I'm not being mistaken, but we definitely paid.
That was the most recent budget. That was
Okay, just because you budgeted for something doesn't mean you didn't, like, you didn't budget to pay the guy, doesn't mean you didn't actually pay the
It's
guy.
not, I understand that, but where did that money come from? When we get 22,000?
Again, I didn't do with finances, all I did was like, collect the money we had, I think with campus, it was paid them afterwards. We had a deposit and we paid them afterwards.
Often this stuff is misaligned. Like I know, like just from when I was like VPX, like finance club sometimes would like loan them a bit of money. Like they would sort of like figure it out, like slap whatever they could together, like finance club or different things, and then kind of go back and readjust all the accounts. Like the essential thing of it is like can't look too much at the cash flows as long as there's no fraud, because like things get just kind of messy throughout the year in terms of like where like the actual like dollars are going, like the monies themselves. But I don't know. As long as like there's no fraud.
Okay. Any other comments? Is Vadim still doing the calculation? Okay. So would you guys like to wait until Vadim finishes his?
Well, does anyone have anything else to say? Like, what are your feelings?
Oh, well, I know, like, just talking about fourth years, like, I think a lot of fourth years do feel like we're getting a lot of value out of this. Hold on. We're talking about PCC, right?
Yeah.
So anyway, yeah. So yeah, I don't know. I think like in general, my thought would kind of be like, I wouldn't mind like an increase as long as it is justified. I think the only thing here is like I don't necessarily mind an increase, especially if like they're expanding the conference and getting like good speakers. A lot of students turn out for years and graduating. It's good for like job prospects, career development. You know, the competition.
Yeah, I thought it was odd that they're targeting first and second year. I always thought PPCC was the third, fourth year.
It is. I think my sense of it is like it's the core audience is third, fourth years, but like the expansion opportunity in like the market, if you want to look at it that way, was like first and second years. Because some like want to explore that.
Who's the target?
No, so mainly third and fourth year, a lot of first and second years like entrepreneurship type stuff.
Yeah.
And that also leads to another point where always pegging things to the amount of CUS students that attend. I think last year they had a really good number of CUS students. And one, I hope that we can increase that if that hasn't closed, which I don't think it has, and it's good. You gotta understand with a conference like this, that engineers are a little bit more well equipped, especially with something like entrepreneurship. As much as business kids think they can build stuff, can't. And so the primary applicant pool for last year with entrepreneurs was non-solder students across the way. So just take that into consideration. Still adding a lot of value. So
the other half of the competitions.
Like BC is basically only business kids. Kids who attend in general are primarily solder students, but the competitors, like let's not take the competitors because they're especially entrepreneurs, they're not necessarily business students, except for there's a high frequency of students from new venture design who apply. So this stuff tags quite well with NVD. Last year, I think there are 4 teams that made it to the finals that were new venture design teams. So there is very strong interest, primarily I would say on the entrepreneurship side. And I think growing something like this is important because Vancouver tech scene is increasing. And with more money comes more legitimacy, comes better sponsors year over year.
But still, the majority of people attending PPCC is still soccer.
For sure,
right?
for sure, soccer. Like I think last year, barring competitors, it was almost 90% of them.
Okay. So I guess Vadim still.
Well,
no.
Like, I'm being pretty nitpicky at this point, not gonna lie. But I have like a few items that I think could be definitely reduced. But it comes down to the total of it being $66.50. This includes gift cards for professionals, which is $1,700. Which one was the one?
Are you reducing it or taking all of these things fully out?
No, we're not. That's what I'm just trying to talk about right now. So I'm saying, what I did is for all of it. So there's gift cards for professionals, which is $1,700. Transportation costs $500. General gas and parking $800. Keynote fees, I put that's $6,000. If you're paying $5,000, that should reduce $5,000. Competition marketing, they have like pens, getting pens for $100. There's a lot of like ways you can cut there. Printed slides for judges, $250. Video contest, prize, and iPad, $600. So that comes up to approximately $6,650.
So that's the total amalgamation.
Correct.
So okay, like the first one that you mentioned was you mentioned the speaker one.
Yes.
5,000, 6,000 is very cheap for a speaker. I think you need to recommend that. It's extremely cheap for a speaker.
Yeah, it is.
You should look at what like other conferences pay. And IBC's paid over $15K for a speaker. Average speaker fees, if you get a list of speakers, for good speakers comes to 20 to 30K. They're paying someone $5,000 to $6,000. I think the variation
value add for 20
I think
30K would not even worth it.
no, I'm saying the variation from 5,000 to 6,000 is not very much, and that's almost just a piece of like if we need this, right? If we did something similar at NSCC, we had budgeted for a speaker in case. So I think we should say, oh, we can give you 6,000 if you use it, but if you don't use it for the speaker, we'll take it away. That one we can make sure they spend it on the speaker. What else did you make?
There's a gift card professional, $1,700. General
So how many professionals did they say come up to this thing?
I have no idea.
I asked that. It was a 40. No, it's 70. Yeah.
What are you talking about?
Yeah.
Anyways, they said the ballpark is saying about 70 people, including like all
So
professionals.
they give them each a $20 gift card, so it's $1,400.
Yeah, it's 25 bucks.
So 1,700 is $25 a person.
They're confirming in January.
Yeah, I like the idea that we're just kind of threw out there, like kind of being like, hey, like, yeah, still get the money, but you have to use it on this. Cause like I said, a lot of the things were still like up in the air, like, oh, we're still in talks, oh, we're still in talks. And like, so what do you have? Cause like a lot of their justification of why they're asking for the amount they're asking is because of the things that are in talks right now. Or is it just me?
No, you're right.
Very much so.
Cause I was like, oh, okay, well, like, I don't really feel 100%, like, it's like, what if it's all through, then you get the money that we give you, and you can put it, like, to other things, like another iPad, like, you know what I mean? So I think that if we were to.
Well, like, even the part about is like, they have $3,000 for flight, if you're flying somebody from Hong Kong, it's 1,000 right there.
No, that's one way.
One way's 1,000?
Yeah. It's a flight to Hong Kong.
See, so like,
Two ways.
stuff like that.
So, no, you usually can't.
Both ways?
You really right now?
Whoa, what? That can't be real.
No.
That's
Yeah, we can reduce that.
there and back. That's really cheap.
Like, what do we do about that?
Wait, guys. Oh, yeah.
If you're gonna use this, for these big ticket items, we'll like have a separate funding for it. So
For the city, we'll like fund their venue or something like that. Like,
Yeah. Exactly, right? Be like, okay, if you're gonna pay for flights, we'll fund it, but give us the invoice, to show exactly what you spent, and then we'll pay for it. Like, instead of, we'll
We'll
give
give you
you
like a
the whole
big
sum,
check.
and you allocate it to it, and we help it.
So basically, we're just saying, yeah, we'll reimburse you for this item, that item, this item.
Yeah, like, when, we can talk to the, when you guys are booking the flight, call us or something, I don't know, Taylor can use the CUS master plan, I don't know if that's allowed, but like, something a little bit more dynamic, so we can ensure that there's.
So what's are we giving them the amount that they want, though, or like?
No,
are we still doing-
just a quick thing, their expenses went from like 48 to 70,000 from last year to this year.
And is their sponsorship still the same?
Yes. Yes. This is the same thing about NIBC where their expenses just go through the roof and then we just continue to fund them, even though.
They're not like trying.
Yeah,
they're like inflating it.
That's exactly what I'm doing.
You gotta also understand it's very hard getting sponsorships and
Okay, not even sponsorships, their
We're not even
expenses
talking-
went up like $20,000 from the last year to this year, and they said it was for their venue, and that does not account for the cost.
Oh, they don't know.
Oh, and
So I gotta go.
Okay, bye.
There's
Bye.
enough money in SPF that we could give them the full. Okay, I got it.
Wait, so Taylor, just quickly give us.
Oh, yeah.
Your thoughts on.
I think we should find out, I couldn't understand the numbers of the budget because it was like, I couldn't track which line item went to what on the PowerPoint.
Can we tell them to send us an extra?
Yeah, but like,
It-
written lines, Adam's better at like pulling things out that he doesn't think they should be spending money on.
I know, but like, the only thing is that like, I don't like being super nitpicky, and like, I just think group is like, nah, we should fund that, so I don't know. Well, should I do that?
But I don't necessarily think that you could say like, oh, we should give, like, we shouldn't pay for any of the transportation costs for speakers, and we shouldn't pay for like any of the gift cards for delegates, and we should not have them have a prize. Like, I don't think that's reasonable. But,
Like,
so
well, like
that's
the issue was like last year that was not provided for the people, all they did was have the transportation costs, and like as a delegate, is it really advised like here's a $5 gas voucher for you to come down to every single delegate?
not every like
Is there every business
business professional.
Is that really advised you? Or is it $5?
Well, normally we have to cover the parking.
Parking's right there. Last year alone, I myself paid $240 for parking.
Wait, you did?
Because only Pan Pacific's ridiculous.
Yeah, it's actually
It's like $40, $50.
Bye, Taylor.
That's the thing, it's like, professionals with like other cultural.
Thanks for the
get
There you go.
Taylor.
There you go. I'm telling you, trying to be professional.
There you go. I thought like a lunch,
Like even for company professionals, it's
They-
I just know it's just like friends lunch. I just think it would be a long meeting.
even for the practice professionals.
What is it mean?
Okay, they're just doing a service that's doing, delegate things.
Yeah.
So if they're gonna do the service, you know, they don't want to pay.
I just.
Like it's all.
It's also validating when people want to talk to you.
it's unnecessary.
Okay, so,
So-
do we want to phone them or phone up?
I don't think we can really decide that until we.
Yeah, I have a general comment.
Yeah, Ben had a general comment he wanted to make.
It was just like, 'cause yeah, just with regard to like, 'cause we were kind of talking about this idea of like having some sort of control, like not like, cause the problem that we want to avoid is just like giving them a ton of money as like a huge slush fund and just being like, do whatever, right? So like, I think the idea is like, we need to have like split up like a lot of contingencies, like you have to use it for this.
And micromanaging technically?
You deserve to be, it's our money.
Because we don't have to micromanage it, we just need to like basically, we just need to say like show, like it could literally be like, I could like bring you like some of the receipts, the invoices, just so I can see. And then like, we could give you up to five, like the idea is we can say for things like, we'll give you up to 5,000 for this. But then, and then only say like, only what you spend. Because the problem is like, let's say we say like 6,000, like this is the whole thing with inflating budgets, right? It's like you make everything a little bit more than you really think it is, because you have a huge pool of money, so you can add a lot of extra stuff with it. We want to avoid that. We want to make sure they're only using exactly what they stated for each line item. I think you guys want to tackle
I
that.
just sent the last year's budget to Cash, which is the guy who spoke the most. We could just been like, hey, please make a revised budget that reduces your expenses.
We could, yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's better because to be honest, like, I don't fully feel comfortable letting them know what's important or what's not important just based on my personal opinion on what's in the line items, rather have them come in and say things that we can kind of reduce something like this.
About how much should we have to reduce the supplier, we just think like, hey, reduce it.
Yeah, just be like, hey, you need to reduce this by.
You can't just say you need to reduce this by 10%, like what if they can't, right? I think
You definitely can in that budget, dude.
I know for sure, I agree with a lot of the things, but saying like.
Like cutting the food at the industry night, that's, oh, that was a mistake there.
What?
Cutting food at the industry night, that was a mistake right there.
Why would we cut that?
Like it was there last year.
But if they're trying to improve the event, that's the thing. You don't understand, like, if we did this every year,
Last year,
if we did this every year, we compare it to previous years, you'd be like, oh, the budget went up $1,000 last year, it was fine, and it didn't. So what's fine, the exact amount of last year. I like what you're doing, you know, like being very strict with a lot of line items, but I like Ben's approach where you take, for the big items, taking the approach where there's like lower bound, upper bound kind of situation where you're able to discuss with them and work with them. I know it sounds like micromanaging, but the other option is cutting the budget and putting stress and strain on it to do things that might not be possible.
but the reason why I bring that up is because I think we don't want to pull them down.
For sure.
And rather than us just going through the line items and telling them what is important, what's not important, have them come back and then tell us what is. You know what I mean?
Just a point.
I mean, we can fund the Pan Pacific, we can fund those first costs, but other stuff, like.
Yeah, I mean, they're, like, it's a huge budget, there has to be some stats, so like, if you want, yeah, we could like, I'm not ready to like go through and just like name a monetary figure at this like exact moment. So I know what you mean, like, if they set us a budget, be like, come on guys, like, trim down the fat a bit, and we can take a look at it and go from there. The idea is though, is like, year over year, it should be pretty similar, the variance shouldn't be that much.
What's the variance?
Let me just tell you right now.
Okay, so just putting it out there, every time we're talking about this, it wasn't there last year. This was a conference and you'd expect them to improve on certain aspects, so you can't completely complain about that.
$20,000 difference, like, that's pretty big.
Overall, I do think we need to get like an actual spreadsheet.
Yeah.
I feel like it's very difficult looking at it and seeing how the numbers really add up. And overall, just for in general, we should create like best practice for developing the budget. I don't have that right now. There's just so much variability in it.
Or like external people?
I think it was
Really
hard.
But a good way is to have them input prior years numbers.
Yeah, I wish people had
Yeah,
like.
I told them about it, they didn't do it.
Yeah, it's a $21,000 increase.
Wait, what's
The difference in expenses from last year to this year. Increase, yes.
Well, when they presented, they said it was a 10K.
Yeah, are you sure your math's right? 'Cause
Okay, so look, their total expense contingency, 78,000, Last year, their expense was contingencies, 57,600.
So last year, how much is CUS bond?
22,000. It's an overall difference of $20,000.
So where are they getting, so we're funding 30K.
Well, a big, if I'm looking at their budget individually, a big thing is that their food expenses have gone up a lot. And
No, but that's not a one, so if we gave them the full amount, when I'm not.
32,000.
So how much is it?
30, what they were asking
Yeah.
for? 32,000.
Okay, 32,000, they have approximately 14K, 46,000. Where are they making up this?
Ticket fees and.
24,000 to get.
Yes.
Really?
Is that sponsorship? Like those? It's aggressive, but actually that is one good thing. It is a pretty good like revenue number.
How's that revenue so high?
I'll tell you what it's
I think one of the things in the notes last year is that last year was Jordan, right?
Yeah, Jordan.
One of the recurring things is that Jordan has come year after year and presented like relatively ludicrous numbers and always met them. That was one of in the discussion from last year.
Jordan's very, very hard.
Yes. Now the Jordan's no longer here. Like they presented goals that seemed like ludicrously unrealistic, and year after year they kept on meeting those goals because Jordan just like pushed PCC that hard. He's not here, so
30,000
right?
tickets.
30,000, I don't know any tickets.
Yeah.
Tickets are 45.
Okay. He's not.
Wait, you're just.
Just letting, I'm just gonna interrupt you.
There's monthly registration.
Justin and Javon have to go now, so. there's-
So if you guys have any questions, like, shoot me a email.
Yeah.
You work close, are you in PCC?
No, I mean.
No, for the case competition,
Oh,
yeah.
right, sorry. Okay.
Yeah. If we're voting, then we'll be in that quantity.
30,000 revenue. There's like registration fee, 9,000. Oh, then finalist team fees.
That's it.
Bye, we love you.
Be Mr.
I'll see you next week.
Don't die.
Oh,
I mean, no more people applying to keep us.
Oh my god.
We miss you.
Yeah. Wait, what do you need?
Like, dude, 20 seconds.
That's been.
Oh.
And you got the same shit you do.
But I'm there at 11. Which is January 1st.
And then you see the second to cost nothing. I think the NBC costs money. You should worry about it. I think what should happen is that you should get 2 years budget. Go. Right? Because it has better work, not come to the meeting.
So do we just not want to vote and then ask for their self-regulating?
I don't think it's good to vote right now.
Make them wait.
Make them wait.
So are we pulling another NIV?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, I gotta have to.
I think it's just not fair.
And to be honest,
It's not fair if we vote without.
Yeah, I agree. It's a self-regulating.
hold on, and sorry, on top.
Talk about it later then.
Yeah, that's
Let's go
what
to
we're-
adjourn or-
Wait. Guys, like, we're still kind of making a pretty important decision. Bye, Juvan.
Bye, Juvan. Bye, Justin.
See you guys.
Love you guys.
So let's just, I would say
Nice offer.
Best option is.
I would say the best option is to say like, hey, you need to go a little more detailed in the budget, you need to reduce some of the costs. We will
Detail
set,
as in what?
Like,
exactly,
yeah.
Like,
okay.
we want to see numbers from last year.
Like, they can take it, whatever, yeah, so send them the last year's spreadsheet, they already got, like, hey, costs for this last year increased by $41,000, how can you reduce these costs, either through increasing revenue, and I don't want a response of, we're gonna increase more sponsorship. I want a response of, okay, we're gonna reduce these line items, and then we can make.
Here's exactly what we're doing.
Right?
Like, here's exactly
I want
what's
them,
going on.
yeah, so like, okay.
What's the increase, 21?
21. So all buffers, yes,
I need to add on
With
to that.
buffers?
with buffers.
What we need is exactly what we said, so spreadsheet, and the items that we see a large increase in, I want them to address that in a spreadsheet, so then it's easier for us, so then we don't have to go back.
Oh, and for them to pinpoint which ones are actually increasing and
Yes, tell
contributing
us
to
why
the
it's
21K
increasing,
difference.
how they justify it, and send it to us, so that we can make a decision more easily instead of having to call them again. Like what, maybe send spreadsheet?
Oh, yeah, I emailed them to send you.
Oh, okay.
Sorry, I was gonna look at the spreadsheet now.
Real quick.
Yeah. Executive board. And it says let
And
us,
like,
no, do you want, should we just call them?
What are we gonna call them about?
I'd probably,
What the major increase is?
I'd probably personally rather just do
I think it's gonna be hard to have just all of them to build in each
All of
action,
us
look
are
at
going
it.
to be there. I'll be that I think we
the only so there.
Just a question also about, this is from the revenue, they have a registration fee and then you have a $75 fee. So you pay to enter the competition and you have to pay again for another round. So that is also a big chunk of money.
I think so. I remember being.
Wait, what? We never saw those.
Are you serious?
So what?
Well, I never saw those either.
You just emailed
Look at anything. Oh, there's no, it's just not.
Gift cards,
That was in the-
gift cards, like even though like gift cards are professional,
Even
$800
the
last
subtotal.
year, now it's $1,700.
Yeah, on a tumble thing.
Dude, there's no like formulas at all in this spreadsheet, like,
Is it just values?
yeah, that's so weird, even their subtotals, they just like put 7, 8, 8, 1, they didn't do like a sum or like, that's so.
Well, like, we can get their, like,
They
working
did,
papers.
they removed.
They could have done that.
Well, that's
Why
what
would
we-
you do that though?
But no, but be loud in a budget like that, like you do just put values, like they probably have like it's like.
We're making assumptions here, we might not just start.
But like a regular budget would have like working papers where like for each item it'd be like, oh, this is like exactly what's happening. Like in the budgets like that they don't have formulas in the budget.
Really?
It's just numbers.
It's also so that people don't fuck it up.
Flash
Broken links.
So you can delete formulas.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all you
All
do
you
is
do
copy
is-
it and then you paste, you should have values all over it.
So
Only values.
Control Alt V B enter.
My Excel game is up.
Max on these.
Okay, anyway, so now that we have the budget, what are we trying to find with this Excel budget?
So well, I just want them to themselves look at their own budget and look at their last year's budget and be like, hey, you guys need to reduce your costs, not have them increase $21,000. A line item in particular that even shows is that last year they spent $800 for gifts, for was $800 for gift cards for professionals, and now it's $1,700. That's a double increase over a year. Like, and that's how we found throughout.
Gavin, can you forward me the budget that you have from last year's one?
Last, yeah, it's what you said.
Oh, the
It's
one
what
that
you said, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think we can vote on it. I agree.
So basically back to that.
But yeah, should we have a monetary, like decrease by 10%?
Well, let's not say that.
Or just say this needs to be reduced?
Yeah, we said just feel like there's certain areas that we mentioned that we can meet, like we could reduce, we could like 25 hours, give us help. Set us a budget and also.
I just raise a point of order, I guess.
Yes.
Yeah.
It seems like we're just like talking sort of breakout groups. Should we like take this offline or like I thought we were voting to give or
yeah.
What we actually do.
Wait,
Well, it's
last year-
basically been
last year-
implicitly an unmoderated comment.
No, last year's 2014.
This is 2015 conference.
Because well, I just noticed that Leah wrote, hey guys, attaches a comparison of the 2013-2014 BC budget. Oh, okay, never mind.
If you look at the top, it says 2015.
Okay, okay.
You see it? It says
Yeah,
March
I just
15,
realized we have both budgets and we have.
Oh, the last year's one too?
Yeah, we have a comparison between 2013, 2014 and 2014, 2015.
Can you show me the 2014 one?
Here, it's right here.
Once it's the same email?
I'll forward it to you again. Because Thea put them together to see a comparison between the 2 years. So technically now we can. It's called budget comparison.
Can you keyboard it?
I did, yeah. I sent it to everyone. You see it?
Sorry. 1:13 p.m. That was on December 6th.
119.
Like, I'll have the cost from that previous increase again.
Yeah. Their conference budget went from 26K in 2013 to 2014 to 45K. Their conference budget in those 2 years.
And like now,
There was also a 20K jump.
and it's now going to 70, right?
Yeah, now it's another 20K jump. So the last few years they just increased their conference. This is more than 20K.
Automatic? Yes.
Do most conferences increase their expenses that much?
BC did.
When they're in their growth years, yeah, typically they do. Typically do every year, even if you have the same size conference, it will increase. It's like, for example, this year, like food prices went up like 30% nationwide randomly. That's just like a factor. And then inflation usually hotels are really on top of inflation for some reason. So like all their costs, like January 1st, like they're well they'll usually increase
How
like
come their revenues don't increase the same way?
you know why? It's because
The revenues increase
because
or two.
you know why I do that? It's because like partly it's like sponsors will always use like benchmarks like $1,000 or like $2,000. Like 10 years ago, sponsors were giving $1,000. They're still giving $1,000 when they should do inflation and other stuff. They should probably give like $1,343. You know what I mean? But because 1,000 is like a nice clean number.
We're already playing the fake song sheet.
Like they just need to.
Like in for.
So we're just pulling another NIBC, but when they come back in, what do we want?
Like, oh, okay, so what is it? Just show them these three budgets. Be like, hey, your costs went from 25 from 35,000 to 57,000 to 75,000. Okay, so we've got the total cost here. Their total expense was there's 35,000 this first year. Next year was 58,000, and now if you look at their most recent, it's going to be 70,000.
Again,
Like why they're increasing so much every year?
Yes, like hey, you'll be conscious of the past few years, please go to the budget and look and like really look at ways to reduce this number. What if they need funding for like the conference, the down payment right away? That can be fine.
Did they ask for the Canada last year? They asked for it
Last year, they asked for 20,000.
Oh, okay.
So, they did mention that, did they mention that portion of what we planned them to do?
What portion of
Or did they?
Oh,
Yeah.
We never asked that.
So we'll cover the budget.
Then it's gonna cost 34K.
No, it's 24,000.
4,000?
Yeah, I mean, the food and stuff, yeah.
There is food.
There's a gala dinner.
Like how the hotels do it is like they don't say like they basically charge you for everything. So they'll be like they give you a contract that's like for the food, the banquet, the rooms. So they don't say like the room is 30K and like they just give you like a big fund.
They've all basically been increasing.
Alright,
Pan Pacific for sure.
No, and the Fairmont and one.
Can we just get a comment, please? So are we just gonna send them these two budgets with the, sorry, these two last year's budgets talk about any, your costs have been increasing by $20,000 every year. Please come back and represent with an Excel sheet that has the actual hard-coded formulas inside of it. As well as, so that's that. Okay. So,
I would just word it like, can we see like your working papers like for each line item? Because like we don't need formulas so much as like we just need to see a breakdown.
Working paper is.
Like a breakdown of costs.
Well, no, I get that. I think it's not a hassle on their part.
Yes.
And what did you say?
It's not a hassle on their part.
All they need to do is just satisfy the original law. Yeah, the working papers would be great.
So working papers, just like how they came to those numbers.
Just say like you get like a breakdown of costs.
Like,
So a more detailed breakdown?
Yeah, bigger and yeah, broken out.
Yes.
Are you?
I'm running.
Oh,
I'm
okay,
running
great.
right now.
Okay. So, because we're pulling another NIBC thing, in a sense where they're probably gonna have to come in during winter break, are people gonna be here?
Well,
during
it's coming
winter
in
break?
January.
Yeah. Yeah, Dad, I think January 12th.
It's not our obligation to get their time. Sure. We're giving them money. They should.
Yeah, but we just try.
Yeah, like we put a good faith effort, but like if we need more information, we can't compromise our criteria in order to fit their time.
So, because like I have to email them from here, so essentially, we want them to come back, right? But we have to tell them like when we want them to come back. So are we saying January? Like, are you guys gonna be here during winter break?
Yeah.
Well,
Where are you going?
well, like we don't need all the execs. We need board, and if there's a board person that's not here,
And you can
then
Skype, right?
we can have the Skype across.
You can Skype, right?
We can make it work.
We're just important to be there because if you were in PCC, so it's just helpful for us to make that decision. Yeah, we'll say December, and if schedules don't work out, we'll just be like, hey, sorry, like January then.
Alright, I'll be that was all the falls.
Okay.
Okay, so we didn't come to any conclusions.
Motion to table this discussion, or someone motion to
Yeah.
table this discussion.
Someone motion to table this discussion for a separate meeting. Motion by Ben, seconded by Michael. All right, Justin left, so if you guys have any questions for his case comp, please contact him, email him. You guys have his email. If there's no further discussion, I need a motion to adjourn this meeting. Yeah.
We don't need a motion.
Okay.
Seeing that there's no further
Yeah, seeing that there's no further business, the meeting has been adjourned at 1:27 p.m. Happy holidays, everyone!
Merry Christmas. Ho, ho, ho.
We have one viewer.
I'm actually gonna watch these, or like people from like next year, or like 2 years later, and be like, ooh, what's this? And like start watching.